in the middle of the road. I think we find ourselves in the middle of a street with a little Zuko. Oh my goodness. You punk, you fucking degenerate. Come here, asshole. Look at our new roads. Oh yes, new roads. So new, so fresh, so beautiful. It's 1 in the morning, I'm loud, and I don't give a fuck. This is what anarchy's about, bitch. That's what it's about. Not giving a fuck. You know what's weird? There's a thing that's apparently free, but I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to be. Can someone doth explain? Get up. Are we so... Bruh. Come on, asshole. Come here. What is this? It says free. But yet, do not know what this is. It's apparently like a chunk of a fence. Like, who wants that? I mean, seriously. Who wants that nonsense? You know what? I mean, I actually kind of do. Not even gonna lie. Oh, fuck. That was a possum, dude. Fucking fat ass possum. Fucking ran, dude. Possum hella ran, bro. Ran over there. Dude, look at these fresh sidewalks, dude. So fresh. Titty fresh. Hell yeah. Fresh dirt. Look at this beautiful dirt. Sukoff, you're getting in my way. Got myself some alcoholies and a few other things, because there's totally no alcohol abuse going on right now. This is my road right now. Like, this is my road. Like, this bitch right here is mine. I'm in the middle of it. No one gives a fuck. It is my domicile. I own this. My taxpayer dollars have vested in this bitch, and I'm in the middle of it. You know what? There's something about, walking that yellow brick road, right? Boom. Gotta walk that shit, because, who gives a fuck? Took off this way. We go this way, you prick. We take a directional shift towards this direction, sir. Yes. Where the roads have not been worked on because they don't want to do anything over here. Oh my god, that moon is lit right now. That moon is hella lit. Let's look at that moon. Let's look at this moon right here. Look at that moon. Oh, the mun. The magnificent mun. Glorious mun. Sukoff. Here, let me take you off your leash. You don't really need a leash anymore. We're on your domicile. Hey. Hold your horses there, brother. Hold your horses, brother. Dude, what the fuck? How'd you get your... You know what? Hold on. Let me unhook this. I gotta get inside first. What the fuck? Come on, let's go, bro. Let's go, brother. Are you... Dad, you asshole. You locked the door on me. Oh, God. Oh. Fuck. Goddamn kiwi bushes. Ugh. You know what? We got a amazing... Okay, I'm just drawing things. Don't mind me. Whoa. Don't want to fall. Mun. That's a mun right there. The moon. Yeah, look at that moon. Yeah. Oh. That's a glorious moon right there. Here, let me try to fix the, yeah. Look at that. Oh. That's a mun right there. Tell you what. Zukoff. Where are you, boy? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Attaboy. Here, now I can take off your leash. Yeah. No, I can't. Here, let me at least get this hooked up to its thingamabop. And then do this for him. Get that leash and collar off him, boy, yeah. Hold on. Let me get this off you. There you go. Leash off, and there you go. You're free. I gotta go back. Let's go. Alrighty, bye-bye. Come here. Come on, baby. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yeah. Are you just a good boy? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Here, I'll give you a little treat. You're just a good boy. There, you don't even need to do anything for it. I have a Twitter thing? Oh my god, there's a link. Oh boy. Oh boy! What is this? What is this? When you meet a member of the Ku Klux Klan, when you meet a member of the KKK, walk right up and hit them like a natural man. Take no thought of babies he may have at home. Sympathies defamed when used upon his dome. hit him in the mouth and push his face right in. Knock him down in a flight of stairs and pick him up again. Get your distance from him, and then make him running. And then take a running start. Hit him, brother, hit him, and please hit the scoundrel hard. Pour some water on him, bring him back to life once more. Think about how he did your folks in the days long ago. Make a prayer to heaven for the strength to do the job. Kick him in the stomach, he, a low, unworthy snob. Call your wife and a baby out to see you have some fun. Sick your bulldog on him to see the real rascal run. Head off before he gets 10 paces from your door. Take a bat of a sturdy oak and knock him down once more. This time you may leave him where he wallows in the sand, a spent and humble member of the Ku Klux Klan. Oh, fucking beautiful poem by Robert L. Poston, 1921. Dude, that's a nice, lovely poem, if I do agree myself. I love that poem. Already love it. 101 years ago, lol. Dude, based. You know, back in the day, there's, you know, the whole, like, it's okay to punch Nazis was still true to that day. And I love it. In fact, I love it so much. Where's my second beer? Oh, I have it outside. Because the door was locked. Because Jack locked the door. Yes. Let's get our drinks. Come on, baby. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my goodness, sweet boy. Shut up. Didn't take any pictures, unfortunately, but I went on a pretty nice, casual little rafting trip today. Went on a Tualatin River and was just like cruising for a bruising, and it was nice. And then after that, before that, we also went to Sonic, and I went to Sonic for the first time ever, and never had Sonic up until today. And honestly, actually fucking legit. Like, it actually was pretty good. I got a chicken sandwich, like a, you know, fried chicken sandwich. And then I got myself a nice large strawberry shake. And oh my god, it was actually pretty fucking legit. Like, I was like, you know what? You know, for the only Sonic in Portland, like, I mean, for it closing early and all this other stuff, they even had a sign that says, like, you know, the world is short-staffed, please treat our employees with respect and stuff, blah, blah, blah. They actually slightly messed up our order, and because there was 2 burgers that we wanted, but they forgot one, and it wasn't even a part of the order, but we asked about it and said, hey, we were missing this, you know, and, you know, I don't think it was on our order when we paid, you know, so we just wanted to have this one extra thing, because there might have been a slip-up, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay, we'll check on that. And they came back, and were like, oh, it's okay, you don't have to pay for it, you know, it's alright, and walked away. And it was just like, what? So if anything, Sonic got the mad gains. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, Sonic actually legit has some mad gains. Like, my first experience of Sonic was actually legitimately very positive. I was like, oh shit. Like, they had a slight little mess up with the order, I'm assuming due to understaffing issues, and after that, they were just like, hey, it's okay. You know, we'll just hook you up. And it's like, okay, sweet, shit. Don't have to do anything. And then after that, we went on our little rafting trip and shit. And I wish I kept my phone with me more closely and shit, because I wanted to take some pictures, honestly, because we were, oh my god, dude, the wildlife experiences were actually pretty fucking whack, dude. Like, I saw this blue heron that was on the shoreline a little bit, on the Tualatin River, and I was like, oh, fuck, guys, look, you know, fucking blue, you know, like a fucking heron over there. And I was like, I've never seen them, like, up close, and because it was in this area where there was, like, some shrubbery, and it was kind of, like, cornered, in a sense, I was like, hey, you know, let me kind of, like, orchestrate myself a little close to where I can kind of get close to it. And I probably got, like, about closest distance, probably about, like, 15 feet from it. Just kind of, like, you know, slowly moving by the shore a little bit. And him and I, like, I mean, this heron and I, we were checking each other out up and down. Like, he was looking at me like, just giving me that look. And I'm just like, oh, and just like this awe, because it had like, honestly, what surprised me, it had like these, I don't even know how to explain it, like almost spaghetti like feathers for his chest, in a sense. Like these like spaghetti like feathers. And I was just like, what the fuck? I was like honestly impressed because it almost looked like kind of like a necklace or like a chest piece almost. I'm wondering if that's like, a way of their peacocking to females in a way. I wonder if that, has something to do with it, because, I mean, it was actually pretty fascinating to, like, see it so closely. And just, like, be able to have an opportunity to observe it for as long as I was able to, for so close. Because there's no real way for it to fly away or nothing, so I just kind of had to sit there and just kind of be frozen and just watch us. And then my friend's Rip City, which she might be later tonight on here, but later he he happened to be right up next to the shoreline and looked up and thought he saw a dog, but it was two fucking deer. They were just like literally 5 feet from him, and they were like coming in for some water by the river, and just happened to like stumble upon him when he's like right next to the fucking shoreline like that. And I looked over and he's like, oh shit, there's a dog over here. I'm like, nah bro, there's 2 deer, dude. And he looked close, he's like, oh fuck, there is 2 deer over here. He like almost freaked out because he was never that close to deer like that before. And I was just like, bro, dude, you had like legit like a very cool fucking experience right there. I love to be that close to a deer. Because honestly, like, I mean, especially if they're Bambis, like, they actually will be very friendly and curious about you and want to check you out. So I've always wanted to be like that close to a deer. I mean, and he got that chance. I'm like, you fucking bastard. It's like, you lucky son of a bitch. I mean, it was a fun little experience on the Tualatin River tonight, I will admit. It was a nice little experience. It's awesome, I know, dude. Man, I wish I was able to be, up close and personal with the deer like my friend was tonight, but, oh. I know I was able to get really nice, close experience with that heron that was on the river, though, today. That was really cool. And there was another one that was flying overhead that had, like, this very vivid blue wings on it, and it was definitely not, it wasn't a scrub jay or anything like that because it was way too big for that, so I'm assuming it was like a blue heron or something like that. I honestly don't know if blue herons are native around here, but I would assume so because a lot of herons around here look pretty blue, so I'm assuming that's what they're called. So I've always called them that around here. I don't know if that's what they're specifically called though. I know the herons, I know that much, but the specific name for them, I'll admit, I just call them blue herons. Like, I don't think that's the actual name for them, though. But they have, like, this, like, bluish-gray tint to them and their feathers and stuff, so I just assumed that's what they're called. And the one I was seeing today definitely had a very bluish-gray tint to when I was kind of, like, cruising past it. It had, like, a pretty similar tint, so at least, if there's not the official name for them, I've always known them as blue herons around here. They're blue herons, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I figured that's what the name of them are. Because they definitely look very, like, bluish-gray color. God, I wish I had a picture of that heron I saw today, because I was so close to it, and it just it checking me out like this, like, what's up, bruh? What's up? Just, like, it doing that shit. It's like, ugh. It's like, man, it was so cool. It was so cool just being, like, judged by a bird like that. It was like, bruh. They're all over the U.S. We had a flock living in trees behind our house in Minnesota. They're all fine when it make calls, like early screams. I heard like 1 or 2 of those today. I heard some squirrels. I heard those that you're talking about. Like that's what I love about rafting. It's like certain places along the river are mostly like watersheds or like natural environments. So you're just gonna hear random like nature calls and shit, like from herons, from deer and shit. Like you'll hear all sorts of stuff. Like, I was hearing all sorts of animals today. And there was a lot of dragonflies. Like, there was a lot of dragonflies checking me out today. For some reason or another.
Okay.
Damn, that bull got me pretty high. Like blood curdling screams. Yeah, I heard some of those today. God love some of those blood curdling screams of the herons. In fact, here, let me try to. Oops. Here, let me try to look some. See if I can see if they're actual. Can I actually type? Like, I'm typing blue, but literally everything but blue is fucking popping up. Blue and heron call. Here we go. Here we go. Is there nothing? Really? Oh, you know what? It's in my fucking headphones, not my goddamn Bluetooth speaker. That would explain it. Here. Wind. Yep, I heard wind. That's definitely a call I heard out there. Wind. Dude, this fucking thing is so crazy looking, honestly. Look at this thing. Like, this is exactly what I saw today. Is this guy. I mean, not this exact... what the fuck? Goddamn Bluetooth. Not Bluetooth, just screens. What the fuck? Really, screens? Fucking hell, man. Seriously? Okay, hold on. Let me deal with this stupid goddamn shit. Oh, great. Now I lost my layers on my fucking thing. Great. That's nice. Oh, that's just great. Oh, nice. So I have to fucking add everything back. Oh my god. Really? Really, fucking Streamlabs? Are we gonna do this right now? Fine. Fuck you, bitch. Here. Okay, we got the camera. Okay, we got the... Oh my fucking god. Are we serious right now? For some reason I kept seeing that monkey with a wrench thing for the chat. For some... that monkey with the wrench thing in the... What? Here, hold on. Share screen. Will this fix it? You know what? No, in Streamlabs, this won't fucking fix it. You know, not realizing it, I might have to fucking restart this. God, oh my god. Streamlabs, you're fucking shit sometimes, man. Oh, I fixed it. Yay. Okay, cool. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna fuck with it anymore. Okay. There we go. And there we go. This is what I saw today. Look at this little boy. Look at it. Look at this son of a bitch. Look at that heron, dude. I saw that. I saw this guy today, and I mean, it's just like, oh, dude, these guys are so cool looking. Will you make your fucking call? I want to hear it. Make your call, bro. Make your noise. Make your blue hair noise, asshole. I got like 15 feet within this guy. Oh, here. Oh. Man, dude, like these like fucking like string feathers and shit, that like honestly that's what fascinates me about it. It's like, how do they have like what about their evolution lets them like makes them have like these like spaghetti looking like feathers almost. Like, I mean, that's why I find it so cool about them. They have like these weird feathers and you know that kind of like cover them in a way, almost like a poncho. Is it really just like that? Is it really just those noises? Okay. That wasn't exactly the fucking heron call I was hoping for. Is this it? Is this the sound that we want? Here, let's see. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what I saw today too. Ah. Ah. I heard those noises. Yeah, I was hearing those noises today. Not often, but I was hearing them. Dude, they sound like fucking dinosaurs, man. Dude, dude, that's what I love about birds, dude. I'm so fascinated with birds, like crows, ravens, like herons, jays, scrubs, like chickadees. Like birds and avians in themselves fascinate me so much because their noises, man, like their noises are so like dinosaur-like. Like, I mean, imagine like if we were back in like the Jurassic Age, like so much of like the wildlife in itself would sound like this, and it's just like, oh my goodness, sounds so cool. It's just, I mean, they do sound blood curdling. I will admit that they do have like this blood curdling kind of sound to it. Okay, how am I gonna make sure the screens are no longer visible? Like, I mean, I'd like to make sure that that's okay, so I don't have to have it on all the fucking time. Okay, you know what? Where's the yeah, the chat thing, chat box? Yeah, that would help, because that usually helps with that. Did that help? No? Here, let me move the chat box, actually. That maybe that'll help. Here, let's see here. Will that help? Move the chat box around. Let's see here.
Holy crap.
Let's see. No? Really? Is the screen just gonna stay up?
Yeah, I don't believe I'm actually still alive.
Oh my god. Can you quit fucking groaning?
What? Yeah.
Here. Did he really not fucking hear me? Oh my god. Whatever. I'm just gonna fucking...
You know, I have to have something.
Screen? Screen, come on. Is the screen really not gonna call? You know what? It's just deleting them gonna help. Is that what's gonna be the case? Here, hold on.
There we go.
Let's just do this. Streamlabs, you're being dumb as fuck today.
Oh, wait.
Oh my god, I delete the screens and they're still up. What the fuck? How are you still up even though I deleted you? Why? What the hell? Oh my god, Streamlabs, you're being so stupid right now. Oh my god! Why is Streamlabs being dumb? Bro! Streamlabs, you have one job. You have one job, Streamlabs. It's not hard. Okay, now the screens are fixed again, but can we not have you up right now? You don't need to be up! Come on! What the fuck? Are we serious? Oh my god, oh my god, I'm stuck with the fucking agony here now, dude. What the hell? Bruh. No. Come on. Oh my god, alright. How am I gonna be able to, like, okay. There's gotta be, alright. Moving these fuckers around will eventually find the equilibrium. I know that much. Oh, you know what? Hold on. What if I add one more screen? Even though that is futile as fuck and worthless, let's just see if that actually helps. Come on. You got one goddamn job. It didn't help, did it? No, it didn't. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Streamlabs, why are you doing this to me? Why? I don't need this right now. I don't. Come on. They'll never leave you. This is forever. I know this is fucking forever. It's just this. It's this goddamn fucking like, just this endless void, dude. Where oh my god. Oh my god. The only way I can think about how to fix this is restart this shit, but I don't really want to do that. Because I'm already here. It's like, I don't want to restart this shit right now. Oh my god. That's like the only fucking thing I can think of right now. What the hell? Goddamn Streamlabs. Streamlabs, you suck. You suck sometimes. Like, I love you, but you suck sometimes. Like, this is the only way to stream on YouTube, Streamlabs. But sometimes you suck dick. Like, straight up, you do sometimes. This is one of those instances. Apparently, research shows that dinosaurs really sounded more like this. They had no fancy calls and did not war. I mean, that seems accurate. I mean, honestly, the more that we learn about them, the more that we learn that, like, a lot of dinos had, like, feathers, and were more, like, kind of avian almost, in a lot of their behaviors and shit. Like, honestly, I mean, and the more we, you know, like, dig and discover about dinosaurs and shit like that, the more we realize, like, there's a lot more, you know, to it than what we think. Okay, hold on. I got this is annoying me, man. I gotta figure this out. Camera, will you help me here, please? Something? Anything? Come on. For fuck's sake. No. You know what, here. Okay. You know what? Maybe if I took one out, will that help? No. Okay, come on. Okay. Okay. We got this. We can figure this out. All it takes is just moving these fucking layers around. I mean, I know that's... Come on. Come on. Please, hook me up. Hook a brother up, Streamlabs. Oh my fucking god. Okay. It's not gonna solve itself until I restart the phone. I already know. I already know. Motherfucker. I know. Why is this mouse on? Turn off, bitch. I'm not even using it. Anyway, like, okay. I won't necessarily end this stream, but I can, well, wait, it's cool. Yeah, like, because I could stop it without ending the live session, so I can, you know, let it kind of buffer and then come back. So I think that's what I can do. Like, that's pretty much the only option I can see right now, because Streamlabs is literally sucking a lot of dicks, but not in a good way, and it sucks, but, you know, nonetheless. So I think I could do that at least, because then I can go back to, like, the active event or whatever the fuck, you know, the Streamlabs will call it, you know, when it comes to the stream, and then just, you know, just keep going. So I think I'll at least do that. It'll probably literally be no more than, like, 1 minute, give or take, so... Because this is fucking stupid. Like, I don't mind the screen being up, but, like, we don't need it up all the time. Like, this is gonna be annoying, so... I mean, I'll make sure this gets solved. This should be at least easy fix. It's just restart and it should solve it. So it shouldn't be no more than a minute, but... Give me a second. We'll solve this really quick. I don't know why I'm gonna try to drink that. I'm just gonna wait until I come back, so... yeah, we'll solve this really. It looks like Streamlabs fixed itself. And it looks like also my chat's still up. Cool. It's T-Rex going cock a doodle doo. T-Rex going cock a doodle doo. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, looks like we should be back. Yep. Okay, cool. And it looks like fucking Streamlabs fixed itself. Yay! Yay, Streamlabs, you did! Excellent! Yay! Here, let's move things back. Okay, cool. And just move you back right there. Sweet! Streamlabs, you're not being retarded anymore! Woo! And what was someone what? Herons? Got some funk music going on with that one right there. It says in the 503 Southeast Portland. Blue Heron call, sound call. Wait, oh, really? Oh, you're right. So abrupt. I don't remember hearing those. Those are the calls of a blue heron? Oh my god. I don't remember hearing those specifically. I was hearing more of like that, like those noises. Like, you know, what we were hearing earlier? Those are the calls I remember. Yeah, I was hearing the other ones. Like, I mean, I wasn't hearing these ones specifically. I was hearing more of like the, you know, just those kind of guttural noises. Body Count was based, epic band. Hey, I knew you loved Body Count, man. I knew you'd fucking love it. Hey. Good shit. Saying, hey ladies, come get some. Woo! Woo! Fuck me! Woo! Fuck me! Oh my god, it's the noises that they're saying. Dude, fucking herons, man. Dude, I mean, imagine the fucking noises you'd hear in the Jurassic period, dude. The noises you'd hear in the Jurassic period would be fucking whack. That's what I love about birds, because in a crazy way, like, they are like a weird sense of like how the pre-human world would sound like. I mean, honestly. I mean, it's just like, that's what I love about them. Like, I mean, whenever, and that's why I love having like the, you know, not just to feed squirrels, but the different birds that would come around here will also come here to feed shit. Like, there'll be scrub jays, crows, like different chickadees, like all sorts of different birds. And hearing their different sounds, their calls, and all that shit, oh my god, it's just, it's something. It's definitely something. I mean, because at least for me, I'm like, man, the Jurassic Age, like, I mean, there's probably all sorts of sounds like that going on, like, all the time. Different, like, you know, pitches, frequencies, tones and shit, like, you know, high-pitched ones like we hear today with the birds, and, like, lower, like, you know, like, deep ones and shit with, like, you know, bigger animals like the T-Rex and shit like that, like, man, it'd be so crazy to be in, like, the Jurassic Age of, you know, fucking Earth and shit. That'd be dope. Shut the fuck up! Are we serious? You were so cool at the bar, and now you want to yap off like a fucking bitch? Shut up! God damn, son. What was that for? Like, you just shut up after that? Like, seriously? You just wanted to, like, go off just to go off? You're a bitch. Our far from all foes, where my R's at? Dude, seriously. That's how he is. The ocean is like that, too. Living fossils down there. Land is like, will progress, but sea is like, no. Dude. Every day, like, we always discover shit about the sea, and that's what I love about it. Like, if there was, like, a specific science that I would dedicate my entire life to, it would probably be the ocean. Like, honestly, like, I mean, there's a lot of things about, like, cosmic space and the, you know, and the universe that's pretty cool, but, dude, our oceans, like, I mean, we know so little about them that, like, I mean, every day there's always discoveries. I mean, that's what I love about, you know, our oceans and shit. Like, we're always learning something new every day about that shit. So it's just like, I mean, and every day, like, I mean, basically, whenever there happens to be, like, those little submarines that go down in the deep ocean and shit, we're always discovering new species pretty much every time we do that. And, you know, and what we know, obviously, is very little, but every time we go down there, we'll see some of those same species that we discovered the last time, so we know just that little bit more about them. And then at the same time, we just discover new ones, because it's like, oh shit, like, these things that we're seeing all the time are actually, like, living creatures, and oh, holy shit, like, you know, maybe we can be able to find one, you know, to kind of at least do a basic study of, you know, like we have with all these other ones. That's what I love about the oceans. Like, I mean, we're always discovering shit. I mean, it's like, what? Like, over 70% of our oceans is unknown to us as it stands right now. I mean, it's like, there's a lot about our fucking oceans that we could learn about that we just haven't, you know, we just don't know yet. That's what I love about it. They'll feel a real life mermaid down there, and they'll be like, sup, bruh. I mean, in a weird way, I hope not. Like, I mean, if mermaids were to be a thing, you'd think that we would discover them by now, right? And because, like, if they have, like, some sort of, like, human characteristics, you know, at least, you know, from our understanding of what a mermaid is, then they would at least have to go up to the surface and, you know, probably be more like, you know, closer to the surface, you know, of the oceans in comparison to other life. I guess in a sense it may be of, like, you know, being more of, you know, some other form of a mermaid, I guess, but I mean, I guess it would be a lot more disturbing. Maybe they're like a Lovecraft fish people. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, you know, at least, you know, when it comes to, you know, like a more Lovecraftian horror type of shit. Yeah. Because, I mean, there's like some Lovecraftian horror in our deep sea oceans, dude. Like the anglerfish, for example. I mean, look that fucker up. Like, that thing, it looks like a demon. but it's a part of our Earth, and it has a very specific evolution as to why it looks the way it does. And the females are the ones that are the big, boisterous-looking sons of bitches. Like, the males are actually, like, their reproductive cycle is honestly fucking weird. Like, the males are these tiny little things, and when they find a female, they basically attach itself and then essentially merge with the female and become kind of like a parasite almost, you know, to the female. And basically just sit there and suck off the nutrients and the life of the female, at least, you know, partially. So essentially the only thing that is functioning is the heart and the sex organs. You know, so the heart can pump blood to the sex organs, and thus the sex organs can deliver sperm to the female and fertilize the eggs, and thus continue the cycle. So the male of the anglerfish is just like this tiny little thing that's basically like a parasite to the female that will attach itself and essentially like form with it, and eventually, and just basically be like this like outer attachment that just delivers fertilization, you know, to the eggs that she carries, you know, to eventually deliver the next offspring. It's honestly fucking whack. I mean, it's almost like spider-like in a way. Because spiders, like, I mean, they have like those, like, you know, they're, you know, how they reproduce, they have those, like their testicles are basically like right in front of their, like, you know, like fangs and shit. So when they mate with the female, like, they attach those to the bottom of, like, the abdomen of the female, and basically either they're eaten or they have to basically get the fuck out of Dodge before they're eaten. And then they die shortly after that anyway. So it's just like, I mean, it's almost similar to like how like a spider lives its life cycle in a way. Because, I mean, honestly, it's like at that point, it's just like, either you're either going to attach yourself to the anglerfish, or you're just going to kind of slowly die off and just kind of be nothing. It's actually kind of like a spider almost. Here's kind of point of why they won Japan. Damn. Where's my charger cord? Oh, it's in here. I keep it in here. Those are my old socks from my kayak trip. Don't need those. Ah, there you are. Oh. I need this to make sure my phone charges. Come here. Yeah, that's right. Get in here, bitch. Oh. Get in there, bitch. Yeah, that's right. Charge up, motherfucker. That's right. Oh. What's this? A Reddit thing. Reddit thing. Gonna open up in my Reddit app. Yeah. What is it? Load up, bitch, so I can see what this post be about. Yeah. Really, Reddit? You want to be dumb? Okay, here, hold on. Let me do this, and let's see if that helps. The birth of a baby cobra. Whoa! What? Oh my god! Whoa! It comes out being like, what's up, bitch? I'm about to fuck your shit up. Fucking flex, dude. It's fucking like right from the fucking birth, like flexing on your ass. Dude, cobras are so cool. The cobras are awesome. Right out of the egg, and it's like, what's up, bitch? About to fuck your shit up. What's up? Oh my goodness, look at that cute little guy. So cute. Oh, it's so adorable. It's so venomous and deadly, but it's so cute. Oh, it's so adorable. Look at it. It's so cute. Yeah, it's like a deadly venomous snake, but I mean, look at its little eyeballs. Look at it. It's a little baby. It's so cute. Freshly born. So adorable. I mean, if you're a park fish and you heard a place whose diet consists of primarily fish, would you ever want them to know about you? Probably not. Probably not. You know, is there like a thing on the tube that I could check? I can make myself look like the first letter of my species. Ever see a cow that looks like the letter C? No, because they ain't flexible like me. Kangaroos, I mean, kinda actually. Kangaroos. Those kangaroos, you know, let me tell you, man. The kangas. Holy shit, Trump was too truthful for once. Really? What do you do? I'm actually, funny enough, looking at this. Speaking of Trump, I'm literally looking at this right now. Trump engaged in witness tampering. Which, I mean, we kind of already know at this point, but apparently he is going even further. I actually did look at this a little bit before my rafting trip today. I didn't finish the entire thing, but I kind of heard a little bit of it. And, yeah, it's... the fact that, I mean, frankly, the idea that Trump is going to be, like, charged or, like, found guilty or prosecuted for anything is a little silly. But also the same fact that he's just this motherfucking brazen and just doesn't give a fuck about legality at all is also pretty not surprising at all. Like, honestly, I mean, nothing about any of this shit is surprising to me. You got calling a witness. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, it says right here, Trump engaged in witness tampering, called the January 6th, like, what was the full name of it? January 6th witness himself. Like, the motherfucker literally just straight up called a witness. It's just like, why would you do that, you stupid motherfucker? I mean, honestly, because, I mean, if there's something about, like, Chomsky that is definitely true when it comes to this aspect of things, like, every president since World War II, you know, is essentially, like, one, a war criminal, but two, well, it has not been prosecuted for any of their fucking crimes. And if that rings true, Trump ain't gonna fucking be prosecuted for any crimes he's done. And honestly, let's just be real. Has there been any president that's been prosecuted for any crimes they have ever committed in their fucking tenure as president? No. Is that trend gonna fucking break? Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, no. Because if that does, you set a precedent that, oh, now presidents can be held accountable. That's a no-no, because the establishment and the status quo doesn't want that. Because they want to make sure that the presidents can, that they enable and shit, can get away with the shit that they do. Whether it's like drone strike on civilians, fucking illegal raids and shit that kill civilians, or fucking, like the endless military, whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't really matter. They can get away with it. Because all of it's fucking illegal, but it's all just par for the fucking course. And even if it's something as symbolic as fucking cracking down on Trump's bullshit, they don't want to set the precedent. That precedent, they don't want to set, because now that means future presidents can be held accountable. And they don't want that. Because if there's like an establishment DNC type of Dem, or type of president, or like, even a fucking RNC establishment president that isn't necessarily like Trump, so to speak, but has done some crimes, and they try to crack down on that shit, like, let's say, doing Bush or Reagan-style policies, and they, tried to do the same thing that they have to Trump with that because of the precedent set, they're not going to want that. So, it's just like, honestly, I mean, as much as I think, there should be some legitimacy to the January 6th shit, and the committee, and like there should be some actual legitimate prosecution and shit, I just don't think it's really going to happen outside to people, within his circle, within Trump's circle, but not Trump himself. We're never going to see him get fucking prosecuted. We'll see everybody basically outside of his circle probably get prosecuted, but outside of that, I mean, and I do personally think it's some bullshit. Because it shows that, a lot of it ends up being kind of like, a PR type of thing, more so than a legitimate crackdown on the fucking shit that was going on that day. So it's just like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, I wish it was like, maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe Trump might get prosecuted at the end of this. But it's just like, he does face serious charges to Georgia. We'll see. Yeah, like, I mean, we'll see. It's like, I really do hope that there is a precedent set, but knowing the establishment and the entire status quo as it is, they're not going to want that. So it's just like, I mean, because if precedent is set, then future presidents can be cracked down on other shit that, they've been able to get away with for a long fucking time, and they don't want that. But if it is set, then that could honestly, start the change, of, potentially being able to crack down on a fucking president when they do some wrong. But, I mean, it's just like, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how far this goes. I mean, I guess how far it truly does get cracked down. As long as enough of the public doesn't call for... Yeah, I mean, essentially. Which is what they're hoping. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, like, I mean, the whole, like, Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, like, that trial was a lot more fucking popular in comparison to the January 6th trials that were going on while that was happening. And since it's not happening anymore, I mean, it's not really, like, much, like, I guess, like, an increase or a decrease either way, but, like, it's... I mean, more people are more paying attention to, like, a celebrity fucking trial more so than that shit. Which, in a sense, is also what they're hoping, because it's like, oh, it's just like them trying to do some PR bullshit. Which, it's like, I guess they are, but, like, that's what they want. I mean, it's like, it shouldn't be the case, but it's kind of what they're kind of doing a little bit. I mean, because unless there's actual prosecution and crackdown and legitimate, like, criminality charges, against not just the president, but all the inner circle within it that was inciting the shit that day, including, but not limited to people, including, Majoran Titan Green herself, and fucking, Boebert, because I think Boebert, she was literally directly, openly, like, saying, oh yeah, we're all held up in this building, or in this room, and shit like that, while the fucking insurrection and the coup was going on. So it's just like, I mean, there's a lot of these motherfuckers who are most certainly very directly involved in this whole insurrection, this fascist coup that was going on and shit, as much as they were disorganized and fucking... clusterfuckety as they were overall, it doesn't deny the fact that they were a fucking fascist coup, and they were trying to incite, some shit that, at this point, we're now seeing them enact in a more legal way. via the Supreme Court. I mean, it's just like, I mean, so much about her shit right now is so, like, Weimar Republic-esque-ian and shit that it really disturbs me. Like, seriously. Lamau. Wait, what's this? 49 of Japanese companies have an old man who does nothing according to a survey. People don't want their weakest slam. What? Which applies to an age gap between it. They use the Japanese term ojizan, which implies an age gap between the person speaking and a speaker. Shigaku surveyed the people of 20 and 39, which that could place okas anywhere above 40. What? Old man who... Alright, so I'm guessing the summary is that, like, a lot of companies in Japan basically have, like, some old fart that literally does just, like, fuck all besides, like, profit maximization, I'm assuming. Essentially, but capitalism, but just, like, you know, exponentially, like, you know, increase tenfold. Which is pretty much, you know, Japan's economic culture overall. Yeah, an old man who sits around all day. That literally sounds like my workplace. So it's just like, honestly, I mean, considering the situation that Japan's going on, I mean, it doesn't actually sound too much different from... I mean, honestly, like, so much about Japan's economy and their culture is, you know, pretty heavily influenced by America's capitalistic venture and shit, because they were literally militarily occupied by us for quite a while, and technically, if you want to be frank about it, to this day. Like, we have so many different military bases in places like in Okinawa, Tokyo, etc. and shit. Japan needs to unionize ASAP. From what I understand, there is actually legitimately a strong aspect of unionization within a lot of their industry. Like, when it comes to, like, their automotive industry, they're heavily unionized in Japan. And a lot of their workforce overall is pretty unionized. But despite that, there's a very hyper-strong capitalistic, you know, culture surrounding all this type of shit. I mean, it's like they might get good bennies and, you know, good wages and shit like that, but I mean, their overall standard of living isn't really that great still. I mean, because honestly, the reason why there's a lot of like cars or like vehicles that might be Asian or European made is because, one, a lot of those automotive industries are very heavily unionized and thus get better wages and pay and bennies and shit like that. And two, just better quality because of those things. Because there's a stronger incentive to produce quality. So it's just like, that's why we, you know, tend to see a lot of those different types of vehicles, you know, in U.S. markets and shit like that. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean too much, but, I mean, it kind of means a little bit, though, at the end of the day. I mean, not too much, but it's something. I mean, because frankly, like, that was like the American automotive industry, you know, up until like the fucking 80s. Like, where, you know, there was a lot of strong unionized automotive factories and shit that would produce very quality vehicles and shit. That's why, you know, vehicles like Bel Airs, Thunderbirds, shit like that, like, that's why they're, you know, even if they're, you know, kind of rust buckety, you know, to this day, you know, and shit, like, they're still relatively decent fucking vehicles that even if you, you know, worked it up a little bit and restored it to, you know, at least somewhat of a former glory, like, it'll run pretty well. Because there's legit fucking quality standards because of, like, you know, strong unionization efforts when it comes to working conditions, benefits, and wages and shit. And thus made, you know, the workers working at those factories and those automotive industries having an incentive to give a shit about the work they did. And what came out of that was some quality fucking cars and some quality automotives that came out of the American automotive industry. We don't really see that anymore because so much of that shit's been fucking outsourced. especially from the 80s onward. I wonder why. Probably because of a certain person named Reagan, right? Come here, lighter. Looks like there's something called Leftist Social Party of Japan between 48 to 55. Honestly, what's funny is that the most strongest communist party in the world is actually in Japan. The Communist Party of Japan, like I think it's called the Japanese Communist Party, the JCP, they have about like 11% of like the entire voter base / like, you know, like parliament or like Congress control and shit, in comparison to like other communist parties in other countries and shit. So funny enough, despite like a lot of the staunch governmental like conservative control and like the Liberal Democratic Party, despite its name being hyper like ethno-nationalistic and fucking far right as fuck, like, I mean, there's legitimately like actually like a pretty decent leftist movement, you know, within Japan still. I mean, they don't exactly have that much influence considering the monopolistic power, you know, that the LDP has and shit, but outside of that, I mean, you know, it's just like there is at least, you know, somewhat of a like a leftist movement considering how much of like their workforce and their work industry is just basically like America's industry, but like tenfold essentially. Well, like I said, we militaristically occupied them for quite a long time, and if you, like I said, if you want to be technical, to this day, because we still have like, I don't know how many specifically, but a lot of fucking military bases in Japanese territory. Look up K-cars. Most cars in the 80s were absolute junks in many cases. Look up K-cars. Oh, yeah. So instead of facing unionization, they were closing stores, profitable stores, under the guise of crime. Oh, I wonder what that sounds like. You want to know what's funny? Now that you're mentioning that, there's been rumor mill, mainly from local media around the area and shit, that our store specifically that I work at might close down because of high theft. And it's just like, honestly, you know what? Like, I mean, yeah, do we, you know, probably have a higher average of theft than other stores? Sure, probably. But is it, like, you know, enough to basically have the store closed down? No! Not even close. Like, there's still plenty of fucking shit on the shelves. Like, when it comes to a lot of stuff that, like, our department, other departments, the general, like, you know, aisles and the general stock and shit. I mean, like, all that shit, like, I mean, while, yeah, we might be short on certain items and stuff, like, for the general gist, we're still stocked up on stuff. So it's just like, I mean, this idea that, like, oh, because of high theft, you know, this store might have to close down and shit. Which, if that's the case, our fucking town that I live in Milwaukee will literally not have a grocery store. Up until the new seasons opens up at the at this marketplace, which is not even going to happen until probably like a fucking year later. So if like, let's say hypothetically they do fucking close our store down. That basically means that our fucking entire town will not have a grocery store for well over a fucking year. And that means that all these fucking people in this town have to basically go outside of town to places like on 82nd, into Selwood, all these different fucking areas outside, thus paying for more gas, which thus is more money in their fucking coffers being taken out, which is going into the fucking fossil fuel industry via these fucking gas stations, and thus having to pay more at these other fucking stores, because if they have to go into places that are more inner Portland, they're gonna have to pay more expensive prices and shit. So, like, the more deeper in Portland they go, the more expensive shit goes. So, it's just like, I mean, like, all these fucking factors do nothing but fuck the local community, fuck the workers, and fuck everybody else outside of the fucking company that's closing that store down, because they get to make more fucking profit, you know, with the fucking consolidation of, like, you know, the losses that they would have made, you know, closing that store via the insurance that they have as a big company. But everybody else that has to fucking, you know, go to them for their fucking groceries or for a fucking wage for their job, they get fucked. So, You know, it's just like, I mean, if the rumor mill is true, and that does fucking happen, honestly, if the workers there don't fucking strike and be like, no, this store does fucking stay open, and we demand to stay as open, and we will sit outside and fucking strike, you know, until then, that, I mean, fuck, I don't even know, dude. Like, I mean, honestly, that store deserves to literally be burnt to the fucking ground as far as I'm concerned. Like, literally. Like, holy fuck. Because, honestly, if that is the case, I mean, holy shit. Like, I mean, it's not just people like me who have to fucking work there, which, honestly, is starvation wage bullshit where we're getting our, you know, fucking wages stolen anyway. Despite the fucking benefits and a lot of the shit when it comes to the fucking unit contracts and shit. But despite that, it's just like, I mean, all it does is just like fucking, you know, not just us over, but everybody in this entire town over. Everybody. Not just people that work there. I mean, it fucks people like me the most, but, I mean, the people that have to fucking, like, get groceries every week, like, after they get off work, after their typical 9-to-5s and shit, I mean, it's like, they get fucked because they have to spend that much more on gas to go to places like in fucking, like, you know, Woodstock, or fucking in downtown Portland, or places like in fucking Oregon City or some shit, or like on 82nd all up and down that fucking road and shit, which it goes all the way down as fucking far as south as, like, goddamn, not necessarily OC, but pretty far south and shit, all the way up to the fucking airport in Portland International. Like, that road goes all the way up and down. It's like, what, we have to fucking rely just going up there and shit? Where also, depending on where you go, is heavily fucking, you know, riddled with crime and shit, and heavily riddled with a lot of fucking problems. Way more so than our area. It's like, oh, we have a lot of high theft, but you want us to have the store closed down, potentially, and go into places that are even more criminally ridden and shit. Not, you know, saying that the people who are doing the crimes are fucking bad people, but the fact that, like, there's areas that are even more seriously ridden with the problems that they're trying to excuse is bullshit. It's like, what? And then they want to fuck people like me over. It's like, I don't, oh my god, I can literally go on hours about this shit, like, I swear to god. Because, man, like, it's not necessarily, like, the unit in itself is, you know, the fundamental problem about all this shit. It's literally the fucking company that is at fault for all of this fucking shit. And it's insane. I mean, it's honestly, there's a reason why that, you know, a lot of workers, whether they're former or current, call Safeway Slaveway. Because, I mean, they are, like, borderline, like, the equivalent of Walmart. And the only reason why they aren't is the fact that we have a fucking union to at least put them in line, at least to some fucking degree. And it's only recently that we're starting to fucking get teeth again and actually fucking, you know, crack down on their shit at least a little bit. So, but even then, they're still doing literally everything under the sun to fucking circumnavigate that shit. Because they don't give a fuck. They want to do everything possible to maximize their fucking profits and fuck us over. That's all they give a shit about. It's all, not just our company, but every fucking, you know, company like this. Like, they're all about this type of shit. I didn't even get a chance to even read this headline. I just knew what it was about. Citing crime concerns, Starbucks closes 5 Seattle shops, including East Olive Way and 23rd and Jackson cafes. You know what? You know what was funny? I saw on the Portland subreddit that they're trying to close the fucking Starbucks in Portland for the same fucking shit. Starbucks is using the same excuse that our company is trying to use as rumor mill to fucking close our shit. As all this fucking labor and unionization efforts are starting to be a little bit more aggressive. Weird how that suddenly seems to be like a major thing that these companies want to push. Crime is a big thing that, you know, our stores are getting a lot of losses and profit losses. We have to consolidate and close these stores down. Weird. Our union just got new contracts with our company, and now they want to do a lot of these fucking bullshit excuses. Starbucks has been getting unionization waves, you know, because they haven't had it up until recently, left and fucking right. Like, I mean, it wasn't up until a year ago that it was like, what, a couple Starbucks was reunionized, and now it's like well over a fucking 100 now, probably 150 now. I mean, and now it's just like, they're using the same fucking excuses. High crime rates and theft and shit, and just like, oh, you know, we aren't making enough profit, so we have to consolidate and close stores down. It's like weird. They all use the same fucking excuses when it comes to a lot of these type of shit. Weird. Can't be a coincidence, not at all. This country fucking sucks. Even basic access to food requires predatory corporations to be acting in good faith. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculously. And even then, like, I mean, depending on what state you're in, like, a food card won't even work in some stores. I didn't even know this because I never had a food card going to places like Texas, but, like, some stores, like 7-Elevens, won't even let you have a fucking food card to be accepted. In places like in Texas, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? What barbaric shit is that? It's like, I mean, no matter where you're fucking going, as far as I'm concerned, as long as it's like cold food items, a food cart should be able to accept that shit, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, even if it's a restaurant. It's like, if you're going to a restaurant and you're getting a cold food item, then that should work too. Like, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I mean, because that's insane. And even then, I think the food card should work for hot food items as well. Because, like, there's been, especially, like, there was actually legitimately, Oregon had a period of time where it was, like, about a month or so, where they let, because of COVID and because of the pandemic, they allowed the food card to be accepted for hot food items for literally a month or so. Like, literally, like, no more than like 2 months. And for the longest time after that, people literally were confused as fuck whether or not like the food card worked for hot food. And people like would be like, oh, I mean, I thought this would work. And it's like, and I have to tell them and be like, unfortunately, the food card only was only going on for like a month or two. You know, it's like, I mean, it doesn't work now, unfortunately. It's like, and it fucking sucks. It's like, because these people, like, most of the time, these type of people are just, like, grabbing, like, 2 corn dogs and maybe, like, a handful of JoJo's or some shit like that. Like, they're not even grabbing that much. Like, literally the most, like, $5 worth of shit. And it's just, like, they don't necessarily have the cash or the money on their card necessarily, but they have it on their food card. But, like, you know, it was just, like, it's some bullshit. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, some basic shit like that, like, a food card should be able to accept stuff like that. Like, straight up. Like, I mean, the whole cold food only rule is dumb as fuck. Like, it shouldn't be a thing. Like, if it's a food card, it should work for, weird, food! Whether it's hot or cold! I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I just find that shit just absurd. Hot food, not to be confused with hot food. Food card should work for hot food items. Food card should also work for food items. Also, fuck the cold food only rule. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like, maybe on a compromise idea I can get, but, like, fundamentally, fuck it. It's stupid. Like, I mean, the food card should work for that, too. I mean, I guess to a certain degree I can get it, but at the end of the day, I think it's still bullshit. EBT should work for pet food. Honestly, yes, it should. Because fully fuck, I mean, because luckily at the workplace that I work at, like, I mean, let's just say that, while maybe it's not exactly encouraged, you know, I can have free stuff. Wink. And, because of that, sometimes I'll make sure that Zukov have some food. Because, like, honestly, there will be some times that I don't necessarily have the fucking money right offhand. And, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll grab, like, some stuff, you know, have, like, a bag and maybe, like, you know, some kibble for Zukov and shit. And I'll just walk home after work. And, yeah, guess what? I'm not going for checkout. It's not every time, but sometimes, like, yeah, I'll do that. Because, fuck, like, I mean, if I'm out of kibble for my boy, I don't give a fuck if I have money or not. I'm making sure he has food. Like, I'm just gonna make sure of that. I don't give a fuck if I have money or not. I mean, same thing for myself. I mean, honestly, because it's literally a necessity. So it's just like that needs to at least be like, you know, something that at least needs to be considered. It's like, yeah, food's a necessity. That's why it should be more accommodating when it comes to things like the food card and shit. You're taking from the store. Then raise my pay. No shit! Oh my god, wow, you nailed it on the head. I wouldn't be taken from the store if they, I don't know, made sure I was paid properly. And not just, you know, not even to the proper wage that should be under our contract, but even more than that. Like, honestly, everybody should be making, like, checkers, everybody. Like, you know, whatever department it is, like, everyone should be making, like, 20 plus an hour. Like, straight up. I mean, it's ridiculous. Frankly, at least, like, 22 an hour, that should be the fucking minimal. But, nope. Do you even get a discount there? Yes. Well, actually, at this point, I'm not even too sure now at this point. Because I heard through the rumor mill, I don't think it's true because I'm still seeing it, that we lost our employee discounts. But, like I said, I'm still seeing it. So I don't think that's the case. Because I still have my, you know, I'm still seeing mine every now and then. And other people that are employed there are getting their discounts. So, I mean, from my understanding, like, there's, like, rumor mill that we were going to, at some point, maybe lose our discount benefits and shit. Which, if that's the case, it's because of our new contract. And it's the company literally trying to fuck us over because, oh, well, there's nothing about the, you know, employee discounts in your contract, so we could fuck with that all day. So they're probably thinking they could just, you know, take it out and, you know, we're just not gonna do shit. Might take away employee discounts, what the fuck? It's rumor mill. I don't know if it's confirmed or accurate. I mean, I'm still seeing discounts, you know, for people. So I don't know if that's accurate. I mean, I've heard that might happen, but I mean, at least for this month, they're still there. I mean, you know, so I don't know. I hope not. If they do, that's going to be some fucked shit. And honestly, it's going to be making me more likely to get the fuck out of there sooner than later. Like, the only reason why I'm still kind of hanging around is literally for this fucking, like, back pay shit. Like, as soon as that's all said and done, like, I mean, maybe not 2 weeks, but, like, put a month notice in and be like, hey, at the end of this month, I'm going to be out of here, you know, because I'm going to apply for other jobs and stuff, because, frankly, like, even if, like, the bennies and, you know, all that shit are still good, like, I mean, I just see the fucking, you know, writing on the wall. It's not going to be good here. It's not going to last here, unfortunately. And I'm going to go here, and frankly, I'll encourage people to go to those places. And honestly, it's either going to be Papa Murphy's, that's literally, like, around the corner, or Fred Meyer's. Because, at least with Fred Meyer's, Fred Meyer's is also unionized with my union as well. So it'll be a different contract, but it will still be the same union, so I don't have to change anything about my membership, and I can still pay my dues. So, either way, you know, like, I can at least, you know, do that, you know, and not have to change anything about my membership with the union, with Freddy's. And even if I do work for Papa Murphy's, I'm still going to be a member of my union locally, even if Papa Murphy's is non-union. Because you could do that. Like, if you're, you know, if you're in a workplace that's non-union, but you were previously in a unionized shop, like I am, like with the United Food Commercial Workers Local 555, I could still be a member of that union, but, you know, work at a non-union workshop. And if anything, that could actually be a way to, you know, eventually, maybe potentially make that place a unionized workshop. So, you know, it's like paying the dues, you know, even if I'm in a non-union workplace, can come with its benefits. So, because it gives you at least, you know, a path, you know, at least, you know, to potentially unionize a workplace as well. So, that's why I'm at least, you know, at the end of the day, I'm going to stick with them. You know, because the union, as far as I give a shit, has treated me well. Like, they're the ones who have been there to make sure that I try to get my shit and get it fair. And make sure that I'm, like, you know, and actually are fighting, you know, to make sure that people like me are getting, you know, their, you know, best interests in mind. I mean, the company's the one that's been fucking me over all this time, so it's like I know where my union lies with these things. Like, I mean, I've had my skepticism, but at least recently, they've been showing their teeth, and I love that. Like, I mean, so, I mean, I can at least trust them to be like, they're going to be on my side. So no matter what, I'm sticking with them. Even if I'm not necessarily working with a, a workplace that they're unionized with, I'm going to still pay my dues and be a member. If anything, I mean, that'll be, like I said, be a way to potentially maybe unionize the place. And fuck, like, that's one thing I want. Shit, if I got that under my belt, I'd feel goddamn proud of that shit. Be like, yeah, I unionized Papa Murph's, or I unionized this workshop and shit. I mean, one of my initial plans was, if my roommate was still working at a Sportsman's Warehouse, was to maybe, with him, try to unionize that place. But because of how fucking shitty they are, he left, because of just how garbage they are, and despite their benefits and shit like that. So it's just like, I mean, I was potentially maybe willing to work there, but because of how they kind of fucked him over, I ain't gonna do that. But, I mean, there's still at least an opportunity, like, hey, I could at least, maybe see if Sportsman's can be unionized, because I honestly don't know if there's other Sportsman's warehouses that have been unionized before, but if not, I could start the trend, right? Because, I mean, at the very least, whether they're not, or if they have in the past, I mean, you're going to, at least, it's pushing more further into those type of things, and that's the most positive thing at the end of the day, especially locally. So, either way, it's just like, I kind of, I see the writing on the wall, and it's just about, like, more or less just trying to organize my union, being like, hey, I'm not going to stay here for long, but I still want to pay my dues and still be a member, and, maybe work here, or blah, blah, blah. What can I, what would be the best, outcome, for me to still be heavily involved, but also work here and maybe, hell, even unionize the place if it's, not totally unionized yet. Because honestly, like, if the Papa Murph's that's literally, like, around the corner from my current workplace is ununionized, I mean, I'll just be like, what the fuck? I mean, our union would be perfect for that place. So, like, I'm thinking that'll probably be the best outcome. I'm going to see if my assistant manager, because he's probably going to dip here soon as well, I want to see if, like, hey, if you go there and I apply there and we, both get hired and shit and blah, blah, blah and all that, let's all you and I leave at the same time and just go there, and maybe, we can potentially, make that place even better, by, doing those efforts too. So, I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll have to stir that, little honeypot in my mind. Because either way, it's all about, direct labor action. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's like the biggest fucking priority that, people should be focused on right now. Because electoralism isn't really getting people far right now and that type of shit. But this type of thing, I mean, considering how much of that trend is continually, going on further and further, and how much it's getting more popular, like, that's definitely the bandwagon to just start jumping on. And it's not like to say electoralism is all, like, for naught. I mean, it's like locally and statewide is definitely important, but on a national level, it's just like, until we get some shit better, I mean, locally and statewide is honestly, the more important focus, until that, type of shit happens. And the best way to start doing that is also via labor action, too. Mad L. Someone, I got a Let's Go Brandon tattoo because that's going to age so well in a few years. Dude, Let's Go Brandon. Why? Why would someone do that, man? Like, Joe Biden's a goddamn worthless son of a bitch, and, like, worse than Buchanan in some ways, but, like, goddamn, like, I wouldn't even do that, dude. Why? Why, dude? Man, Joe Brandon, you're getting, like, a goddamn tattoo saying fuck Joe Brandon, brother? Like, come on, man. Like, why, man? Why do people do that? See, this is why I haven't gotten a tattoo yet. Like, that would be like if I got a Magusta tattoo back in 2013. You know what? At least that would still be, like, funny. At least to this day, that would still be funny. Get ready for Biden to Electric Boogaloo. Don't say that. Don't say that. Stop saying that. That's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. That just won't happen. No. No. God. Like, literally, like, I mean, Marianne Williamson, please, or, like, we're basically getting DeSantis and we're all fucked. Like, I mean, like, I don't know, man. I can institute Trump to Electric Boogaloo? No! That's worse! And honestly, I legit don't even think that's gonna happen, because, like, so many, like, Trump donors, like, I mean, people who literally originally were backing Trump are now, like, getting away from him now. Trump's gonna be nominated. I don't think that, man. It's gonna be close between Trump and DeSantis, but DeSantis is getting that nominee, dude. DeSantis is the one. There's so many donors that used to back Trump that are now fucking donating heavily to DeSantis. Like, I mean, DeSantis is like the big dude that all the fucking MAGA Trump types are starting to back right now. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. DeSantis is starting to get, like, a lot of that Trump support that Trump used to have. But Trump, like, even Elon Musk is starting to, like, fucking get, you know, a lot of backlash and shit. Like, Trump and Elon are going after each other and shit. Like, fucking Joe Rogan was saying he endorsed Ron DeSantis, basically, because he finds his, you know, like, policies about Florida admirable and shit. Like, I mean, like, a lot of people are looking to DeSantis more so than Trump lately. And and honestly, I wish it was Trump, because, frankly, DeSantis is far more fucking scary to me than Trump. Because if it was like Biden and Trump 2024, Biden would win. If it's Biden and DeSantis, DeSantis is gonna fucking win. Like, that's what scares me about it. Like, I'm not saying, like, DeSantis is going to be a nominee thinking, oh, I'm rubbing it in. I'm thinking, like, oh, God, that's honestly a worse fucking result, and holy shit. Like, I kind of want to be prepared for that. Because I'm not exactly happy or, you know, gleeful about what will happen as a result with that shit. Because it's just, it's going to be bad. The Trumpers will stay home. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's my prediction. I don't know. I hope you're right. I really, truly do. I really do. I deep down in my heart really hope, man. Because I don't want him, dude. But what scares me is that he might. Like, that's what scares me. Is that he really might. And that, I don't want him. I truly. Because if so, like, like, political vigilantism, like, the hate crime, like, all that shit, oh my God, it would be, like, frankly, it would be a balkanization of the U.S. at that rate, like, full up. I mean, oh man, dude, I see it as, like, the worst outcome if he were to fucking be a thing. Jesus Christ, oh man, I really don't want him. But that's my biggest fear, that he is likely to be the case. Because I don't know, like, what the fuck is, like, Biden's administration going to be able to do, you know, in between now and the midterms, and then, even then, you know, until 2024. And knowing how, like, a lot of these MAGA chud types are starting to kind of back him a little bit, oh my God. It's, I hate this country. It sucks. Boo! Why? Time to embrace it, pass state and local laws to counter Proud Boys and Co. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. Like, honestly, at this rate, like, I mean, that's why I'm, like I said, more hyper-focused on state and local direct action and electoralism, because, like, I mean, we kind of have to prepare for, you know, this a little bit, because, I mean, there's such little support for Biden or, you know, Trump too, you know, to an extent that, like, I mean, anyone who's outside of those two is most likely going to win. And considering the DNC, they're not exactly 100% keen on replacing him, even though they really want to. They just don't know who that isn't a progressive lefty type that obviously they don't want. And GOP types, like, they're starting to kind of back DeSantis now. So it's it's not exactly positive looking. I mean, just overall. So, like, hopefully, like, a lot of different states, like, you know, the entire West Coast, like the Northeast, you know, U.S. and shit, like, if, you know, like, New England region, you know, and shit. Like, I mean, I hope a lot of these areas, you know, really, you know, just, like, solidify, you know, a lot of their local laws and shit to basically circumnavigate this shit, including countering Proud Boys and co. And allowing citizens, too, to at least a certain degree, to be able to defend themselves against this type of shit. Because, like, these motherfuckers are not just about, like, instilling their political, you know, ideas, you know, nationally and shit, but, you know, violently so. And vigorously and hyper-aggressively. I mean, they've already have tried and are currently doing so now. So it's just like, I mean, you know, there has to be at least some degree where, like, you know, the average person like me can be like, hey, you know, I don't want to die or some shit because of these motherfuckers and shit. Like, I should be able to, like, you know, have the justification to defend myself from these motherfuckers, considering how they're willing to act. It's like, I mean, and if these, you know, different states aren't willing to at least acknowledge that, then it's like, we're just essentially enabling them to continue their vigilantism. Whoa. He's dreaming. He's dreaming hardcore. Are you awake? Oh, did you wake up? Hey, baby. Hi. Oh, hey, baby. Hey, little boy. You were dreaming hardcore there for a minute, bro. Aw. For Meal Team 6, yeah, we'll be fine. Not all of them are like Meal Team 6 types, though. Most of them, but not all of them. And the ones that aren't are the ones that kind of, you know, I'm scared of the most, fundamentally. Because they're like the ones who fetishize the military the most, the ones that fetishize their guns the most and shit. Like the Elmer Fudd, like Bud Light, drinking, fucking beer belly, Meal Team 6 motherfuckers and shit, I'm not exactly worried about. Like, they'd be easy pickings. It's the ones that actually legitimately take it seriously and, you know, like the Joey Gibsons who actually are kind of swole and fucking work out and train with their shit. There are at least, you know, a certain element that, you know, of them that do that shit. Which is why, you know, at least to some degree, I think, you know, at least lefties should probably at least, you know, consider that a little bit. And, you know, because, you know, at least, you know, try to match that on an equal playing field. Because if they're willing to, you know, be a little bit more militaristically strategic and at least be fit for that shit, we probably should too. You know the enemy, you know yourself. That's how you not see the result, you know, that's how you always see the result of 100 battles. You know, or however the quote goes exactly. I mean, it's just like, I mean, you know, to know the enemy, knowing that they hyper fetishize this militarism, you know, and kind of use that against them is definitely a good strategy. Because if they're always, you know, hyper gun-ho about that shit, you know, it's like, well, if they're willing to, you know, use certain strategies or certain ideas about that shit, you might as well learn about how, you know, or at least what those type of ideas are, and then, you know, use them against them, counter it. That's why I love The Art of War. I mean, honestly, it's not necessarily just a militaristic, you know, book, but it's also a very philosophical book. Because there's a lot of ideas, like, even philosophically, that you can extrapolate from, you know, that book. That's why I love it. I mean, that's why I have it right here. Where is it? Get over here. Come here. Come here, bitch. Alright, hold on. Motherfucker, get here. Here it is. Yeah. But it also has the Tao Te Ching, the Confucian Analects, the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, and the works of Mencius. So it has other Eastern philosophies in there too. But very nice book. Very nicely very well printed, and honestly, it's kind of like little gold outline and stuff. I like it. It's a nice little book. In fact, here, I bet I could find something that's pretty worth, taking into here. Just skim it through a thing. I'm on page 9. Sun Tzu said, the good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy. To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. Thus, the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. Hence the saying, one may only know how to conquer without being able to do it. Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength. Attacking a superabundance of strength. The general who is skilled in his defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven. Thus, on the one hand, we have ability to protect ourselves. On the other, a victory that is complete. To see victory only when it is within the ken of the common herd is not the acme of excellence. Neither is the acme of excellence if you fight the conquering a whole empire says, well done. To lift the autumn air is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and moon is no sign of a sharp sight. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. Hence his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor the credit of courage. He wins his battles by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes a certainty for victory. For it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Hence, the skillful fighter puts himself in a position that makes defeat impossible, and that does not miss a moment for defeating the enemy. Thus, that is, a warrior's victorious strategist only seeks the battle after the victory has been won, whereas he who is destined to defeat first fights and afterwards looks for victory. Honestly, just that alone is pretty, kind of deep in itself. And it's chapter 4, Tactical Dispositions. That's most of that chapter. And after that, it's chapter 5 on energy. Which it keeps going on for a little bit more after that. But, like I said, it's honestly a little, even with that in itself, you can kind of extrapolate that outside of like a military, strategist type of sense too. But that's what I love about it. It's a really good book just outside of that in itself. What are you doing? Yeah, you. What are you doing? Goofball. Oh, look at you. Here. Last one here. Yeah. Come here. Sit. Sit. That's not sitting. Asshole. Come here. Come here. Come on. Sit. Sit. No? Paw? Aww. Stand up. That's not standing up. Oh my god. Come here. Up. Good boy. Up, up. Good boy. Good boy. Took a minute. You know what? I don't know where it is specifically, but I know my favorite Art of War quote. But I know it's in a song So I can at least play it at the very beginning of it. Here we go. What?
If
You know the enemy and know yourself.
You need not fear
So you're
the
the result of 100
battles.
battles.
If
You know yourself and not the enemy. For every victory you gain, you'll also suffer a defeat.
If
You know neither the enemy and know yourself. You'll succumb in every battle. I love that quote. That's my favorite quote, honestly. If you know yourself but not the enemy, you'll succumb in every battle. If you know neither yourself or not the enemy, you'll succumb in every battle. And then, if you know yourself and the enemy, you'll always, have pretty much like every fucking victory. That's what I love about it. It's like, cause, yeah, I mean, even like outside of like a military stratagem, like you always want to be able to know your enemy, so to speak. How else are you going to be able to, gain victory over them? That's what I love about the Art of War is, like, honestly, like, fundamentally, it's more of a philosophical book, more so than, like, a military strategy book. Chomping away hardcore on that. Here, I want to see what's on today. World's most obviously drunk news anchor. What the fuck? Oh my god, this thumbnail makes me think she's having a stroke. What the hell? What the fuck? Oh my god, Kyle, you're kind of an asshole. Holy shit, Kyle, you're kind of a dick. This thumbnail makes her look like she's having a stroke, dude. Bruh. You're kind of a dick, Kyle. Oh my god. Kyle Kalinske, what the fuck, man? Bruh.
I got an interesting story here. Now, I almost feel bad.
You almost feel bad?
Or Jerry, we'll see. But in media, local anchor badly slurs her words and seems borderline incoherent during news broadcast. So you're about to see, this is probably the most obviously drunk news anchor of all time. Let's watch.
You almost feel bad, huh?
Developing now, we're learning of a massive explosion and large fire at a One Oak plant in Medford, Oklahoma. It is the Oklahoma...
Okay, by the way.
Oh, man. Oh, boy, I can already tell. She's like, so, we do want to tell you about this big explosion at this Medford, Oklahoma. It's, oh, my God, she's, yeah. Oh my god, I kind of actually feel bad for her. Oh my god. I mean, it's her job suck that much that she has to be like, I mean, you know what, probably. Who am I?
I know you already see it. She's doing this broadcast in Albany, New York. Why are you talking about?
I've heard worse. Unfortunately, the station that pulled the footage of said drunk anchor woman, so I can't show it to you. Ah, damn.
In Oklahoma. This is like a local news thing. You can talk about a gas plant explosion in Oklahoma when you're in Albany, New York, and you're...
What the fuck? Wait, so wait, hold on. You're a local news outlet in Albany, New York, but you're talking about a gas plant explosion in Oklahoma? I mean, honestly, that isn't, unusual, but... I mean, it's not exactly like the norm for, I guess, a local news outlet that literally is not in Oklahoma. But I imagine that should probably be national news. Like, yeah, a gas plant exploded in Oklahoma. Yeah, that should probably at least be somewhat national, I suppose. I mean, it's like, yeah, I kind of want to know the details of that. I'm not in fucking Oklahoma. I'm in Oregon. So, yeah, I kind of want to know the deets of this. You know, like, I'm not in Albany and, you know, or in Oklahoma. But I want to know a little bit. So, like, yeah, I mean, I guess it should be kind of somewhat national news. At least to a vague level. It's like, oh shit, a gas plant fucking exploded? Oh fuck. That's kind of crazy. Like, what happened? Were there any, like, deaths? Like, how did it explode? Like, I mean, I got some questions. You know what I mean?
Okay, out of the way. Out of the way.
Sukov, come here. Come here. Baby!
Holy
Come here.
shit.
Come here, baby. I'll give you a treat if you do. Come here.
Yeah, good cover.
Come here, boy. Sukov. Sukov.
Gonna lay down and die if I haven't already. Son of a...
Like when you come to work in a stone and your boss asks if you're high and you pull Mark Wahlberg from The Happening. What? No! Luckily, my work doesn't give a fuck if I'm high on weed or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about shit like that, but yeah, there's very likely, you know, plenty of workplaces that do it. Are like, are you high right now? And it's like, what? No, not at all. Nothing like crack open and Samwise Adams at 3 a.m. Just for real. What's funny is about like 10 till 3 a.m. You know what? I should have bought 2 of these. Why did I not? What the fuck is wrong with me? I only bought 1. What the hell? It's way too late now. Like, if I try to do that right now, it'd not be legal, unfortunately, because Oregon sucks.
Were you just as drunk when you were doing show prep as you are when you're delivering this?
Of a natural gas terminal that moves natural gas through Kansas and Texas. You see, massive underground stores of gas are at risk. Evacuations have been ordered for the
She's slurring so hard. Oh my god.
town of Medford, Oklahoma, with unknown fatalities, injuries at the
Unknown fatalities and injuries? Like, oh my god, she literally said fatalities. Like, hold on, let's go back 5 seconds. Like, I'm not even kidding.
Oklahoma, with unknown fatalities, injuries at the
Fatalities. I'd be intoxicated a lot too if I had to live there. I mean, honestly. For fucking real, dude.
injuries are unknown to this situation.
Injuries.
All right, so, well, hello, good afternoon. Like, I was...
Oh, so, hello, good afternoon. Oh my god. What, is this Idaho? No, this is literally Albany, New York. Unironically, Albany, New York. This is the Northeast. This is New England. This is some random lady in fucking Albany, New York who's just, like, drunk as a newscaster. Which, you know what? Respect a little bit. Like, I mean, you know what? If there's a newscaster that happens to be a little buzz, like, unironically, I don't give a fuck. If anything, like, that adds a little bit more entertainment, you know, to the news, you know, overall, that can make it at least a little bit more watchable. So, you know, let a newscaster be drunk. Let them have a beer before they're fucking, you know, like, shit and stuff, dude. Like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, because, like, I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, who cares? Whatever. Oh, Lamau. That's where my dad's from. Damn. Or a beer, or 7, whatever. Yeah, like, you know, a beer or 7, you know, yeah. Drunk news segment. She starts talking about completely unrelated shit. The studio's thinking about replacing me, and the new girl's a bitch. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god. I love it. Man, please, I want it. Newscasters should be at least allowed 1 beer before they, like, have their show. Like, if they want. Like, if they want to have a beer before they start, like, their news segment and shit, a newscaster should be allowed. Like, I mean, they're sitting there at a desk, like, or, you know, like, I mean, come on. I mean, it's like, what's the worst? Like, oh, they have, like, a little minor slurrage, and they're like, oh, hi, what's up? Hi, how you doing? Like, I mean, just, like, this weird charisma that just doesn't pop up, usually. Like, I mean, whatever. Like, who cares? Like, whatever. Like, I'm okay with it, as far as I give a fuck. Like, seriously. Like, she should totally have the right to do this. Like, she should, like, I mean, if she loses her job over this, I'm gonna be upset. Like, really, I will be upset. A newsman at the NBC affiliate in Minneapolis intentionally got drunk so you can drive on a closed course to show how poorly you'll drive wasted. I was like 12 or 13. I was like, holy crap, what am I watching? Holy crap, what am I... Dude, I proves my point, though. Like, hell, you can use it to prove a point for, like, your news segment. There you go. It's like, hey... You drunk drivers that think you're not that bad? Well, here's me on a literal golf cart, you know, on a golf course, drunk as hell. Let me show you how dumb you really are. You know, just starts driving. Dude, yes, I want it. Oh my god, please. Oh, I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Oh my god. Dude, it'd be great. Oh, dude, I want to see my local news anchor unironically just, like, drunk as hell, just driving a go-kart, being like, here's what you look like when you're drunk as shit, you dumbass. Oh my god, I want it. Oh, I want it so bad. Oh, dude, I've looked it up and down, I keep searching. I mean, yeah, the driving part is legit, but you can't really do anything important while drunk. I mean, evidently you can get away with it, because this lady did. Well, at least, you know, to a degree, I suppose. She probably got suspended, at the very minimal. A new YouTube channel popped up last year, and it's been uploading a shit ton of old TV stage footage of that era, so I'm hopeful. Sweet. This is a drunk guy driving. Is this 10-year-old driving? Cobra can't spot the difference. Cobra can't spot the difference. Damn.
If you watched us this morning, starting at 6 a.m. to 7 a.m.
If you watched us this morning, you did 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. Oh my god, dude, she's plastered, bro. Oh my god, she's lit. Dude, she's more drunker than me right now. Oh my god. I love it. I love this.
You know what? Today,
Oh, no.
what a beautiful.
It stopped working. Alright, sometimes that happens on me.
Hold
I
on.
told you, you know what? Today,
Oh, no.
what a beautiful.
What a beautiful.
7 a.m. I told you.
Hold on.
If you watched us this morning, starting at 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. I told you, you know what? Today,
Oh, no.
what a beautiful.
It stopped working. Alright, sometimes that happens on media. You guys got the gist of it. It's the same thing. She goes, you know, she's very clearly, out of it. She's very clearly drunk.
Is that my boss?
She goes on to be like, it's a beautiful day. It's such a beautiful day. It's a nice day out and stuff.
No, we need cocaine news segments because we have, you have like 10-minute news shows. What happened today? Someone got murdered. President had an affair. Weather, rain. That's the news. Good night. Oh my god. Dude, let him have coke too. Yes. Yeah, like, just let the news fucking anchors have, you know, some drugs every now and then. Not all the time, but just every now and then. Because honestly, it would add a little bit more humor and some entertainment. And I love it. It would be great.
Fired. She was fired. I'm pretty sure fired. It might be suspended.
What?
I'm
No!
not 100% sure.
She better be suspended and she better come back.
I think it's fired. Comment in the video description, or excuse me, in the comment section, if you know. Nah, come on, man. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I mean, maybe this is just a talking to. This is the most eyeballs this local
Shut
news
up.
station has ever gotten ever. So maybe they should be thanking her and paying her a bonus. But like, yeah, take her aside, be like, hey, Debbie, I don't know her name. Hey, Debbie, you alright?
Hey, Debbie.
You know, maybe we can send you to rehab if you need it, or whatever. You could offer a helping hand. But firing her? Come on, man. That ain't right. That ain't right. Because now whatever's going
That ain't right. I agree, Kyle. That ain't right. That's bullshit.
on, you just exacerbated it. Clearly she's dealing with some stuff, and...
Damn it, Kyle. You're supposed to know these things, so we don't have to look it up. I know. I don't want to look this shit up. I just want to know if this chick still has her job or not. So she's suspended, is she fired, or what? Like, what the hell? She better be fucking, like, suspended at the very minimal. Like, at worst, she should... Nothing should happen to her. Like, at best, I could see a little bit of a suspension, but, like, I mean... come on. Like, I mean, who cares? Just let her fucking, you know, have the pass, as far as I'm concerned.
I never understood, like, the corporate culture, you know, where
You're right.
management flips out over anything. And they're just like, eject, get rid of problem. And they'll throw people under the bus over nothing.
If there's a drunkenness channel, I'll watch the shit out of it. True. What the fuck are you doing? Stop it! She was suspended. I live in Albany. What bothers me the most is they had to know she was hammered before and definitely during this newscast, and they still had her finish the show. Oh, fuck off! Who cares? Like, who cares, bro? Like, I mean, she was lit as fuck. I mean, like, whatever. The fuck are you doing? Stop it! Why are you doing that? Why? Look at you. Look at you. You're crazy baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Asshole. You're an asshole. Little Debbie Dawn grew up. Little Debbie grew up, man. Damn. You ever have to spend like 10 minutes to decide whether or not something's worth researching? I do care enough about this. I might, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like kind of 50-50 about. But considering this comment, I mean, it sounds like she was suspended and that's about it. Which, you know what? I'm glad she at least keeps her job. I'm glad about that. She deserves that at least. Frankly, she deserves at least a little bit of a raise. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Because, you know what? It was entertaining. She brought the world a little bit of joy when we needed it. Ugh. I gotta be right back a little bit. Gotta go to the bathroom, son of a bitch. Why do you keep doing shit that I don't want you to do? Stop it. Boo. Little prick. Go in here. Got some music. I'll be right back. Baby. Look at you. Goofy boy. Little shark. His little nose, like, hit me in the eye. Little asshole. You ever had to spend like 10 minutes to decide whether or not someone's worth it? Oh, I read that, yeah. So, as my head, I'm in my computer, usually open up a new tab and start researching. Yeah, I'll do that sometimes myself. Not all the time, though. It just kind of depends. Depends on what it is. Suka for me out. Ah! My ridiculously fat nug. Come back. Damn. Somebody thirsty? Damn, son. I'm actually surprised, but like, I have a bunch of oil on me, and it's actually starting to finally get off me now, finally. Ugh. Dude, it was ridiculous earlier. I just looked over and realized it's like, literally like 99% gone. I'm like, oh my god. Because I found this little old guard tower on like one of the docks that me and my friend were climbing a little bit. And there was, weirdly enough, like, straight up oil, like, you know, like kind of seeping out of some of the wood. So some of that rubbed off on me, and I was trying to get it off, and somehow it was smeared all over my arm, and I was like, god damn it. But I guess over time it actually kind of got off, and now it's just like these tiny little splotches on my arm. Yay! I'm okay with that, at least. Baba! Come here, boy! Come here! Booby! I'm just gonna get you. Come here. Come on. I'm gonna get you. Oh my god. Asshole. Oh. Who's the baby? Who's the baby? Oh. Oh. Little baby. Who's the baby? Yes, it's you. Oh. Oh. Where's the sweet boy? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Oh. Cut a monster. Just a little cut a monster. Yes. Yes, you is. What is this? It's a keyword feature in Firefox and Chrome. They're called resource engines. It's super cool, but hardly anyone knows about it. What? See, for example, if you want to research for apples, instead of bringing up Google, you simply search up G apples in the URL bar, and it would know that to Google that because he mapped Google's search box to the letter G. They have Y for YouTube, G for Google, W for Wikipedia, EB for eBay, M for Google Maps, etc., etc. Damn, that's actually pretty cool. Do you mind? Yeah. What's up, bro? Why are you such a handsome boy? Yes, you is. You're just a handsome boy. Who's a handsome boy? Aww. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yes, you is. Yes, you is. Who's a good boy? Is you a good boy? Who's a good boy? You silly thing. What are you doing? What a goobus. He is a goobus. He's a booba. An absurd booba. Here, let's just maximize his booba-ness. Booba! Booty, 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 booty. What? Oh my god. Oh. Goofball. He's showing off the peaches. Wow. Your peaches, they're showing. Your peaches. Why? Why? Why your peaches? Why you do this? Really? Are we doing this right now? He doesn't care. He just doesn't give a fuck. He's like sprawled into oblivion over here. Like his legs are just like all over the place right over here. Mama, what are you doing? What's your life? What are you sniffing at concurrently? You goof. What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look, look, look. Oh, fuck. Really? I'm just gonna hold on to your tail there, bro. Your tail will be a sensor bar. How about that? How do you like them apples, bitch? Your tail's a sensor bar. Your tail's a sensor bar now, bitch. What are you gonna do? With some healthy berries. Dear God. And that's why I'm censoring them. Those peaches are ridiculous. That's why I'm censoring them. They're absurd. That's why the tail is the censor bar right now. Because they're absurd. You don't need to present them for everyone to see. No one needs to see your peaches. Makes sense, he's a fruit. Yeah, exactly. He is a fruit. I can't keep it up. Fuck. Let's try to keep up with the beat, but I can't. My arm muscles aren't good enough for it. Not quite yet. Not the persistence. I mean, I can do the beat, but I can't persist with it. That's the problem. But you are just okay with it. Why are you okay with all the madness that I do to you? Ah! Bruh! You just did a little sidewinder, a little sneak of... Ah! Ah! I'm being assaulted! First the tongue in the mouth and then sneezing all over me. You little... You prick! You're a prick! You're just a little prick. That's what you get. That's what you get. You little asshole. That's what you get. You little furry tootie, you little foo-foo. Look at you, you little foo-foo. You're a little foo-foo. You're a goof. What's going on here? Why do you just, like, accept the shit that I do to you, by the way? Like, I mean, any dog will be vigorously annoyed by what I'm doing with them. And yet, here you are, not giving a fuck. Like, any dog will just be fucking pissed that I'm doing this to them. And yet, here you are, not giving a fuck. What is this? Any other dog would be angry. Ah! Excuse me. Oh, you bite boy. Oh, who's a good boy? Yes, Wiz. You're just a sweet boy. Yes, Wiz. Oh. Whoa. You're falling. Here, there. Oh my god, you fruit. There you go. Yeah, I'll give you a little treat. How about that? A little fruit ball. Paw? Good boy. Stand up. Stand up. Good boy. What the fuck was that, man? Hey, you forgot half of your treat. You weirdo. You're a weirdo. You missed half of it. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, come on, mate. Sit. 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 Good boy, Paw. Good boy. Stand up. Stand up. Stand. 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 Stand up. Stand up, boy. Good boy. Oh, what a good little boy. Just a sweet little thing. Booba. What a goofball. Just a sweet little boy. Just wish he was more of a cuddle monster. Yeah, as much as a cuddle monster as you look like you are. That's wandering off. It's running off in the corner instead of being near me. Wow. Little prick. Give him all the love and scritches that he wants, and it's like, nah, I'm gonna avoid you now. Wow. What an absurd boy. Hey, baby. Your face is so goofy. You're just a goofy, sweet little boy. What's kind of funny is that I mean, I actually got like a fucking number from tonight at the bar because of this little furry little son of a bitch. Because there's some chick that has a like a little mini pit that actually had like some PTSD because they got attacked by a larger pit bull before. in the past, and she's trying to get like her dog reacclimated to more, you know, other canines that, you know, that are obviously more friendly. And considering how much Zukov is like the most ridiculously friendly boy that can ever exist, I mean, you know, she's like, oh my god, he's so perfect. She would be like great to like reintegrate with. Oh my goodness. So, I mean, you know, and like, cause honestly, like, I mean, he actually has been really great with other dogs in the past with that type of shit. Like, my next door neighbor, like, their dog isn't exactly 100% acclimated with other canines, but with him, though, she is great with. So, I mean, you know, it's just like, honestly, he's like really great, you know, when it comes to warming other dogs up to other canines and shit without necessarily being at like a dog park and overstimulated with other canines and, you know, essentially other strangers. But if it's just one stranger, you know, or like one acquaintance, you know, like Zukov that's in the area and shit, and they just kind of reacclimate themselves with that one over and over again, it kind of makes it a little bit easier to eventually put them in more stranger type of environments and stuff like a dog park. Because at that point they're more used to sociability. If anything, if any anxiety or fears that the dog may have will eventually kind of start fading a little bit. And luckily for Zukov, he is not anxious at all. Like, he has the exact opposite of being anxious. Like, he is overtly friendly. I mean, I'm okay with that, though. Zukov is great when he's, like, super friendly, because, I mean, everyone wants to pet him and give him loves and scritches. I mean, I'm okay with it. Like, it's like, alright, you know, yeah. I mean, that's all he wants ever in life is to be scritched and loved by everybody. So, it's like, hey, if you ask, no need. If anything, like, I want to have a little vest where I can have some patches on him. And I want those patches to basically say, if I stare at you, I demand pets. Or something like that. At least the equivalent of that. Like, if you stare at me, I demand pets. Or it's like, you know, if I climb you, I demand you pet me. Or something like that. Like, I want a patch, you know, customized that says something equivalent to that. Because, like, every time he stares at somebody and someone approaches him, it's immediate, like, I want to climb on you and love on you. And you give me pets and scritches and love. Because I want attention. Like, this essentially is mindset with, like, any human. So, I definitely want to try to, like, you know, enable that to a degree, because I'm okay with that. Luckily, he hasn't actually had any negative experiences with other people or dogs yet. There's only, like, this one time where, there's, like, this other dog, I think, like, a French Bulldog, maybe, that was on the bus, and I happened to, get on and turn the corner, and that dog was happened to be like right in front of like that corner, and you know, obviously Zukov, you know, being a lot bigger than this other dog, just immediately like bloop, surprises this other one around the corner. It kind of went you know, kind of freaked out a little bit like that, and the owner was very apologetic, like, oh shit, I'm sorry. And I'm like, hey, it's okay, my dog kind of, you know, turned the corner, surprised yours a little bit, it's fine, you know, I'll just be over there, you know, so they're not, like, too close to each other. And he's like, it's okay, man, I'm sorry, blah, blah. He was very apologetic. I can tell that he, you know, he didn't expect his dog to do that. So, you know, I didn't, like, be like, what the fuck, bruh, you know, or whatever about it. And my dog was, you know, didn't even acknowledge that. He was just like, kind of like that about it, and just wanted to, like, interact with the dog more. And it's just like, Zukov, no, I don't think that dog exactly wants to be near you right now. If anything, it sounds like that. If anything, the dog wants to probably harm you. So no. Nah, how about we don't be near that dog? I mean, you know. So, I mean, it's the only experience I think that, you know, Zukov has had, you know, that's been negative with other dogs, but it wasn't even really that bad. It was just more of like, you know, like he surprised the other one, and the other one just kind of reactively, you know, well, reacted to it. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna be like, what the fuck about that, honestly. I would if that dog kept doing that shit, though. Like, because after I sat down at my spot and, you know, those two dogs were staring at each other, they were just kind of like, you know, just kind of staring at each other at that point. So, like, I wasn't really too worried about it. If anything, that, like I said, the dog was just more like, oh fuck, whoa, another canine, ah, defensive. You know, it's like that's pretty much just what the jerk reaction of the other canine was. It's like I can't really hold that against the owner and shit. It's like if my dog did that to St. Bernard that turned the corner at a bus. Like, a far fucking bigger dog that just suddenly, like, boom, right there, like, right in your face out of nowhere. Like, your first gut reaction as a dog is probably going to be like, oh shit, let me be defensive. So, I mean, like I said, you know, it's like I can't necessarily blame a smaller dog for being like that. Even though you're just sweet, baby. I'm sure that dog would have been friendly with you if you two acclimated better. But it was a bus stop, so obviously it was, you know, not the place or time. Small dogs are generally more aggressive. Yeah, because they have a lot more to compensate for it. I mean, a lot more tinier, you have to have a lot more of a louder bark because your bite isn't really that aggressive. Yeah, because if you're not big, you gotta compensate to seem big. Exactly. Like, I have smaller dogs, and Bella and Bear were the name. And Bear still is alive, but Bella passed a while back. But Bear's with my brother right now. But, like, yeah, he's pretty much the same way. Like, he'll, like, with other canines or other people, he'll kind of compensate a little bit. Not so much anymore because he's an older pooch now, but I mean, in his youth, he would do that. Especially his sister. Like, his sister was kind of a bitch. For example, when tiny dogs do a handstand to piss on something to make other dogs think it's huge. Yeah. I've seen that before. You just recommended me something so random. Taliban rolling out new uniforms for Kabul police force in Afghanistan. It's like, why do I give a fuck? Why YouTube? Why do... Like, no, I don't... why did I... No. YouTube, I didn't click on it, you fucking piece of shit. No, I'm not interested. Like, why... Like, I literally don't care. Like, there's a Taliban. Like, I mean, they're... Like, we pretty much have the Christian version of them are trying to take power over here. Like, why do I care about what they're doing over there? Got other priorities right now at the moment. It's not like I don't care, but, like, I mean, it's that, like, who cares? Ooh, new fancy uniforms. Like, who gives a shit? Great. They're more easier to spot when, you know... Yeah, like when the citizens decide to revolt against them eventually. Cool. YouTube is just on a roll. What the hell? A 23-year-old tourist from Maryland nearly died after attempting to retrieve his phone from inside the Mount Vesuvius crater. This bitch motherfucker was just like, oh my god, oh holy Christ, this post keeps going. The man identified as Philip Carroll, well, last name like that, wow, you're a winner, was allegedly attempting to take a selfie near the mouth of the crater, which he and two family members accessed via a restricted trail. When he dropped his phone, Paolo Capelli, president of the Presidio Permanente Vesuvio. Wow, what a title. And okay. Told NBC News, this family took another trail close to tourists, even though there was a small gate and no access signs, according to Capelli. When Carlo attempted to recover his device, he slipped and fell and slid a few meters into the crater. He managed to stop his fall, but at that point, he was stuck. Capelli said, luckily the guys with binoculars noticed Carol from the opposite side of the volcanic structure and ultimately were able to extract him from the or extract him with a rope. Dude, your phone is not worth it, man. Like, oh my god. Like, why? Mount Vesuvius is infamous for its catastrophic. Okay, yeah, we know. Yeah, fucking Pompeii, yeah. Crater where Caroli fell is approximately 1,000 feet deep and 2,000 feet wide. He was very lucky. If he kept going, he would have plunged 300 meters into the crater. Oh, guess what? He was American. American tourist survives falling into Mount Vesuvius after... Oh my god, it was an American. Wow, why am I not surprised it was an American? Of course it was an American that did it. Oh my god. Wow. Of course. Of course. Wow, America's finest right there, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Just got... What motherfucker. Even now I wouldn't be that dumb. Like, if I, like, lost my phone at Mount Vesuvius like that, I'd be like, well, it's gone. It's one with the fucking volcano. It's gone now. Bye. New phone now. Time to get a new phone. Like, I would not, like, no. I'm, like, even if I wanted to save whatever was in there, I could just find it later. Like, I don't, no. It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Like, why, man? Oh my god, what an idiot. What a moron. Yes, he deserves a Darwin Award. I mean, not really, because he survived, but, man, what an idiot. There's a trail that's close to you. It says no access. You're at a volcano. Your first thought is like, yes, let me go on that trail. Yep, we got a winner. Yep, that's the man with some brains. That's the man with some neurological pathways that are 100% sound. Philip Caro, you're a dumbass. You deserve the Darwin Award. The only reason why you didn't get it is because you lived. Son of a bitch. My god, why? You idiot. For a phone. How many people have died taking selfies? Like, I mean, like, there's so many pictures where it's like the final moments, like seconds before someone dies, you know, when it comes to a selfie. It's just like, huh, how many times do you have to see those to think that maybe the selfie ain't worth it? See, like, when I have a phone and a camera, I am not the one who takes selfies. I'm taking pictures of landscape, other shit, like, other people. Like, I'm not taking pictures of me. Like, fuck the selfie. Like, I want other shit. Like, so I'm not gonna be in a position where I'm gonna, like, I don't know, die taking a selfie. Like, I'm just gonna take cool-ass, like, panorama, like, landscape shots or something. Like, you know, like, I like, you know, fuck me being in a picture. Like, let me get everything else. Like, good grief. Morons. Like, take a cool picture of fucking Mount Vesuvius and go away. Like, don't be like, let me take a selfie, guys. And fucking drop your phone. Like, also, if you drop your phone in the crater, then, oh my god, it implies that you basically might as well have fallen with your phone in the crater. And thus, you were already, like, a couple meters down, but your phone fell further, so you decided to be a dumbass to go try to go down further and retrieve it, and thus got stuck. Dipshit. Oh my god, why are people like this? Why is the humanity too stupid? Humanity is too stupid. This is why I'm like, you know, oh, you know, like, we can handle this thing or that thing, or, you know, like, work this shit out. It's like, I mean, if we can't even do this shit right, like, I mean, like, come on. I mean, it's like, We're just dumb. Like, I mean, we're just, as a species, just, like, dumb as fuck sometimes. I mean, we just are. It's just like, what the fuck? Why are we this dumb sometimes? This is why the Darwin Award exists. Because just people are that stupid. People just too stupid for their own good. Hence Darwin Awards. Or I guess at this point also Herman Cain Awards. Depending on how you fucking croak, I guess, at this point. Like, we're starting to diversify the name of the awards because people are that dumb. Like, I mean, that's how much, like, we're just being stupid these days. Like, fuck, man. Ugh. Like, why? Why is humanity the way it is? Like, if you're gonna take a selfie at a volcano, don't be near the crater edge. Be like 10 feet away from it. Like, consider the social distancing thing. Like, consider that, but for other variables. Like, that might, you know, allow you to not lose your phone and try to, you know, like, retrieve it and nearly die doing so. Like, I mean, come on. We're not men, we're high-grade apes. Hence, we, you know, fundamentally, we're just kind of like just hairless apes. We're hairless chimps. Like, that's really what we are at the end of the day. I mean, like, yeah, well, I mean, we there's a lot of things about us that are definitely, you know, very, like, you know, proudful and, like, damn, we've come a far way, but underneath all that, it's just a very strong, you know, line of just stoopy. And it's like, man, this unfortunately is just there and just keeps us just somewhat dragged down a little bit. It's like we could be more if it wasn't for just stoopy. That's why I, you know, like, decried the stoopy. It's because it's just like, I mean, think about how far we can be without the stoopy. I like to think we're some awesome super advanced species. I got some bad news. We're not. Yeah. I mean, it's like we are, but we aren't. Like, we are in the sense that we, you know, have been able to be capable of such things, but we aren't that in the sense that we're just not ready for it. Like, that's why, you know, it's like, you know, I, you know, kind of, you know, like, raise an alarm about things like nuclear technology and stuff, because it's like, we're not really ready for it yet. That's the main reason why. It's like, we're not necessarily smart enough, you know, for our own good with that stuff. I mean, it's like a lot of countries like France, yeah, sure, they are, but like, I mean, there's still human fallibility, you know, in place there, so it's just like, I mean, in a way, it's kind of like a matter of time, but knowing France, they're probably a lot better about it, so chances that that's very minimal. But still, it's just like, I mean, you know, it's like, we're not, as a species at least, not totally ready for that yet. At least in my mind. You see that about any energy sector? I mean, well, I don't know about any energy sector, because, I mean, when it comes to, like, a lot of aspects like solar, wind, and, hell, like, geothermal hydro technology, I mean, we're most certainly ready for that shit. I mean, it's like, I mean, we should have been there already. I mean, at least in my mind. So, it's just like, at least, you know, with the energy sector overall, I mean, at least to some aspects, I guess, but not, like, entirely. Like, some shit we should have just been doing already, you know, for quite a while. But, obviously, money and other shit plays a major factor to that. Don't really need to explain that, obviously. I think we kind of get why that is. Coal mines collapse, but we carry on. Well, of course, yeah, because coal mines and things like that are obsolete. Turbines spin out of control, solar panels start a fire, dams burst, etc. Well, yeah. I mean, but at least overall, I'd say those are a lot more manageable, and at least in the long term, aren't as catastrophic in, say, nuclear technology. Because, like, with nukes, or I'm saying nukes as in just nuclear technology, but, like, with that, like, if something ends up malfunctioning or becoming catastrophic, it is bad. Like, it's not like, you know, a turbine goes bad and thus, you know, the fucking, you know, shit goes so crazy that it destroys the whole thing, but it's just the one turbine, or like a dam burst, which the dam bursting is very catastrophic, but not like a such a long-term catastrophe. So it's like, I mean, there are like, variables to it, but that's why, it's like, if we had like a lot more fail-safes, and hell, if we started getting into fusion, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. There's fusion and then fission, and I think fusion is the one that we haven't gotten quite into yet. And if we can at least, get that shit a lot more commercial-wise and shit, I mean, it's like we can definitely, I think, it would be a lot more viable, because that is, from what I understand, a lot more safer, a lot more feasible, and we can get a lot more energy than our traditional means of, nuclear technology right now. So if we can do that and make it more automated so the human fallibility is kind of minimalized in that shit, then I think it could be feasible, and we should definitely be researching and developing that shit. So it's not like I'm like 100% against like nuclear technology. I think it's like the most, horrible thing that man has made up. It's just that, it's like, I don't know if we're just quite ready for it yet. But, if we can at least discover a little more and research and develop it further, and, over time, I think we can be. It's just that I don't know if it's just quite, a thing that's commercially viable yet, just especially considering, I mean, frankly, just most recent humans past and shit with it. We're barely reaching parity at the moment. I think Chinese hold a record at the moment at 10 minutes, I think. Yeah, something like that. Geez, that bomb, man. You can't go back in time where nuclear technology is unknown. Yeah, well, obviously. That's why, it's like, I'm not going to be like some doomsayer about like the whole technology in itself, because obviously genie's out of the bottle, and it's not like it's going to destroy everything. Obviously, I don't think that, but I just think that, like I said, it's like humanity isn't 100% quite ready for that, but, with more research and development, and with, more understanding about that type of technology and shit, we can eventually be that. So it's like, I want it to be the case, because obviously it's a very efficient and, sustainable mean of energy, but it's just that how do we, it's like what type of technology and research development can be used, so like whatever type of fallibility is in place, can be considered, so it's the most minimal as possible, so only like the most rarest exemptionary of cases, will happen where something like that, like a meltdown happens. So it's like literally a 0.00001% type of chance and shit. Which I think at least, a lot of areas like in Europe, like, like France, because I remember last time this, was coming up, like France was, being a big thing that was being mentioned. It's just like, yeah, because they have like a lot of regulations, a lot of, research and development, and a lot of other tech that make sure that shit's minimalized. And it's like, I'm not against that. I want that to be the case. I mean, because it's not like the technology is, itself, like I said, is, inherently a bad thing. It's just like, what is, like humanity's capabilities with that. And so far, it's a little more risque than, more beneficial. At least in my mind. But like I said, I don't think that's going to be forever. My joke is that fusion has always been like 20, 30 years away, but that time is shrinking as gain more skills and knowledge is about to get there. It's all about starting plasma burn and maintaining it for as long as possible so you can siphon off the heat and boil the water and run turbine. Yeah. Like, once we were able to figure a lot of that type of shit out, like, I mean, I think at that point we'll be able to, really truly harness a lot of this type of technology, for legitimate benefit. Like, I think, once we, because I think that's really the key. I think once we are able to get fusion going, and shit, instead of the fusion that we have now, like, I think that would be able to really solve a lot of these issues when it comes to the fallibility of it. Because, like I said, from my understanding, it's just a lot more of a safer, means of nuclear, like research and tech and shit, and with nuclear energy in comparison to what we have now. If that's the case, then let's get on that shit, you know what I mean? It's like, I want that. And there's a fat ass moth. Where'd that go? Yeah, I noticed it too, Zukov. Oh shit, there it is. It's back there somewhere. The one in Germany is nuts. Looks like a twisted pretzel. Jesus. The reactors to China, France, England, Germany, US, and I think Russia too. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of reactors, I mean, all over the place. I know France, England, I think, because, I mean, I know those two countries for sure, because they were, I think, the only two European countries to not only have nukes, but test them. I know Germany obviously has nuclear reactors. I don't know if any other European nation does or not. If there is, I would imagine, like Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain, Italy, like maybe those countries. But yeah, like, I don't know if India does or not. I'd imagine they would, because they have nuclear weapon research and development, you know, as well. So I imagine they do. Maybe, I think Pakistan probably does. China for sure. The US does, but none of them are new. Which I think, at least until we figure out fusion and shit, it's, I don't know, maybe it's probably for the better, and, you know, prioritize a lot of renewable energies until fusion's around, you know, wait until, you know, we start building new reactors. But, I mean, either way, it's like, I know there's other, you know, like the US, Russia, you know, China for sure, other countries, what the fuck, you know, etc. Wasn't 10 minutes, it was 17. Damn, almost double. I mean, hey, I mean, we're getting closer for a lot of that shit. And either way, regardless of which country or which, you know, type of group of people are doing it, I like the fact that we're getting more closer to it. I just wish, you know, it was more of an international, like, global public, you know, beneficial effort, but either way, you know, that technology is going to spread once it's truly discovered and commercialized. Like, once that happens, like, you know, the dominoes are going to roll. You poured millions into Maras researching and labor and building labs and reactors. Yeah. I mean, it's like, you know, like, I definitely think, you know, especially if all these fucking decades of research in nuclear research and development, like, I mean, there's just so much about it that, you know, we've come this far. I mean, you know, obviously we should research it further. Because honestly, at this point, like I said, you know, like, you know, the whole premise about it is, like, you know, there is, you know, not just safer and better means, but, you know, just even more efficient and, you know, and more economical aspects of energy generation when it comes to it. So it's like, the more, you know, we start researching it, you know, like I said, the better. So fundamentally, it's like, while I do currently have my fears about nuclear research and technology, I mean, it's not necessarily for naught. I mean, it's just that, you know, once we, you know, have more research development, once we're a lot more, you know, like have that type of shit where, you know, it's more safer for us, I think, you know, we will be able to handle it better. Because, I mean, the laundry list, I mean, currently with, like, just trying to handle nuclear waste management, not just as, like, you know, places like Russia, China, and US and shit, but, I mean, it's just, like, overall, and in, like, you know, the nuclear reactor meltdowns that have happened in, you know, former USSR and in the US, and, you know, places like Japan and shit, and then just, like, the callousness of just, like, losing nuclear weapons and shit, just all sorts of things. It's like, we're not, like, I mean, at least, you know, especially if history's past, and at least, you know, currently, I don't know, like I said, we're quite ready for it yet. Over time, I think we will be, but I mean, it just requires a little bit more research into it. Because once we discover more about it, I think, you know, we can be capable of such things. Clean energy is needed more than ever. Exactly. Which is why this type of research, whether it's nuclear, geothermal, hydro, solar, wind, all these things need to be, like, prioritized in the research when it comes to the energy field, because it's just desperately needed. I mean, I definitely would love to see, you know, more research and development funding, going into things like nuclear technology and on top of other renewables and shit. Just because I know that, overall, that's for the benefit for all of us. Even scientists could use one to power the Hadron Collider. Thingy's powered like a mofo. Oh yeah, the Hadron Collider that thing is like ridiculously insane when it comes to the power it uses. Like, I mean, that thing, like that motherfucker goes through like multiple countries, doesn't it? Like, the thing's huge. When when taken into consideration, like, I mean, it's like, yeah, it definitely requires a lot of fucking power. I mean, so overall, it's 27 miles or something. Damn. I mean, I didn't really think about like how big it was, but man, that truly is huge. And all just to fucking research particles. And that's the crazy thing about the Hadron Collider. It's basically just like, just to research particles and shit like that. It's just like, man, that huge, this complex thing, just for, the most smallest, of things, about our universe. It's just like, it's ridiculous. I love it, but it's kind of ridiculous when thinking about it. It's like, oh my god, so complex for such a microcosm of our universe, but yet, it's such a complex, aspect about, how everything works. 27 kilometers, European metric. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, it might have been kilometers in my head, but, 27 miles, and 27 kilometers, both are huge. Both are pretty big. I mean, 27 kilometers is bigger, but, I mean, or is it shorter, actually? I think it's shorter. But either way, it's still pretty big. It's the only way to do it. You have to crank up the energy. Yep. It's 1.6 times shorter. 1.6 times, alright. Honestly, like, internationally, and even for America, we need to switch to metric. Like, pretty much, like, what other countries use imperial besides America? Like, I'm actually being serious. Like, seriously. I think we're the only country that does it. Outside of maybe 3 other ones, probably. And I'm just being generous. Like, wires, like, I mean, what the hell? Miles per hour on signs? Really? No way. Dude, what? I've never been to England or Ireland, so I'll have to take your word for it. I've been to Iceland, and they use kilometers in a metric system for everything over there. Despite being close to the U.S. and having, a very strong element of, like, kind of Americana there a little bit. But, so I kind of figured it'd be the same over there, so. But I'll take your word for it, though. But also, I feel like they would use both. Depending on, like, how rural you're at. Like, the more rural you get, they probably use more metric. But, like, if you're in, like, London or something. Liberia and Myanmar. So, one of the countries is one that's formerly, like, an attempt of a U.S. colony, and the other one is just another colony nation, basically. So, yeah, like, we're basically, we're the only real significant nation that uses the imperial system. Like, if we stopped using it, I guarantee you those other countries would just stop giving a shit and just switch to metric like it was, like, no one cared. Like, like, oh my god. England and Ireland use MPH on road signs, doesn't really count. Everything else there is metric, I hear. See, that's kind of what I figured. Like, I mean, even if the road signs are, like, even then, I imagine, like, they're also, like, dual. So, like, one, like, the top of the signs, might say, kilometers, but, like, the bottom say miles per hour. Just because there's probably like a lot of American tourists that go, you know, to those countries. So, yeah. I imagine, you know, fundamentally doesn't truly count, like you said. But again, that's why, you know, honestly, metric is just kind of better. Because, I mean, the Celsius thing, like, 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling. Very simple. Very easy. Better than, like, what, 32 for freezing, and then what's boiling? Like 165 or some shit? Like, something like that. Either way, it's just like, it's just ridiculous. It's like, come on, let's just fucking just go to metric. It's easy, everything's rounded up, simple. I'll compromise even, like, we can keep the miles per hour shit. Like, you know, we can keep that. Celsius makes more sense because, yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. Like, 32 degrees is like, you know, what? The, like, freezing point for Fahrenheit? It's like, what? Okay, weird. Just some random arbitrary fucking number. I guess it's not really arbitrary, but, like, still. But I hate it because it's so rough. 1 degree of Celsius is 1.8 times as much as Fahrenheit. You know what's also fucked up is that there's also Celsius and Fahrenheit where they're also aligned with each other. Like in, I think it's like negative 27 degrees, I think. If I remember correctly, like, I think that's the degree where Fahrenheit and Celsius are the same. I think it's negative 30 or close. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. Yeah, you're right. It's like negative 30 or like negative 27 or 26. It's somewhere around there. It's like it's in the negatives, but it's somewhere around there. Yeah. Which also it's negative 40. We're both wrong. Lol. Ah, we were. Damn. Negative 40. See, that's so weird. It's like, wait, yeah, that's what I think in my head. It's like, wait a minute, like. The freezing point for Fahrenheit is 32 degrees, and the freezing point for Celsius is 0 degrees. But for Fahrenheit and Celsius, they're the same degrees if they're negative 40. Like, how's that fucking make sense? It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, man, like, what? Where's the math in that? Like, what the hell? I mean, there is, but it's like, what the fuck? Well, think of it as a graph of 2 lines. Yeah, well, that's kind of how you'll see where they intersect. Yeah, well, yeah. Now that you kind of put it more of like a diagram aspect, like if you have like, you know, the X and the Y axis, and you have like the 2 lines, and obviously they're going to be different, eventually they will intersect, and that's where they intersect, is at negative 40. Like you said, if water's freezing at 0 and for Celsius and 32 for Fahrenheit, yeah. Like, those, you know, at that point, the lines will be different, but still, at some point, they will intersect. It's kind of like a graph thing, you're right. I mean, either way, it's still, like, fucking weird, and just like, okay, why? But, you know, hey, it makes sense, though. 40 degrees Celsius. Oh, shit. If you go to 40 degrees Celsius lower, get negative 40, you have 7 degrees Celsius, get negative 40, right? 7 degrees Fahrenheit. Yep. Alright, that's dry. Cool. Fuck. No! Spill some tea. God damn it. Make sure it's all. Actually, it wasn't really that bad. Do I have anything that I can soak it up with? No. Oh, I do. So when you travel 40 degrees Celsius, you have to multiply that 1.8 for the Fahrenheit side. 40 times 1.8 is 72. Wow. See, that's where the math comes into play. This is why I suck at math. Because of a lot of things, I don't inherently see where the math comes into play, but I know it does. Here, I'm gonna grab like a little mini towel real quick. Now we got one over here. Yeah, come here. Every 10 degrees you go up in Celsius, you have to go up 18 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why it's harder to conceptualize if you grew up in Fahrenheit. Oh, Celsius? I don't know. Like, even though I grew up with Fahrenheit, like, I mean, I kind of find Celsius a little bit easier to, you know, like, understand. There we go. I don't like it because I could literally tell the difference between finger degrees of heat. If I wanted to do that in Celsius, I have to use decimals. I mean, I guess same thing for my workplace because we have like temperature logs. And, yeah, when it comes to, it's finer degree. Oh. Finger finer. It's supposed to be the same difference, right? But, yeah, I mean, it's like same thing. It's kind of the same thing for my work because, you know, like I said, we have like temperature logs, and if we fucking, you know, it's like obviously if we did it in Celsius, everybody would literally be confused to be like, what the fuck? So, because funny enough, our little temperature gun, like, we could do Celsius on it if we wanted to. And frankly, I've honestly wanted to fuck with my coworkers, you know, some days and just do it in Celsius. Just like have, like, you know, one half of it, you know, before my shift just be like in degrees, and, you know, for the rest of the day, where's my shift, it's just all of a sudden all in Celsius. And everyone's just gonna be like, wait, huh? Like, wait, what? Wait a minute. What? Why is everything so warm or so cold? Why is there a C next to all this? Because weirdly enough, I'm actually kind of the only one that actually puts, you know, the Fahrenheit or the Celsius symbol, which is just an F or a C. So it's just like, I mean, I'll make sure that not only the temp is on there, but the degree and the Fahrenheit or the Celsius, depending if I decide to do that or not. Yeah, so at the very least, you know, people kind of get, you know, it's like, hey, oh, there's a C, that means Celsius, you know, so if I do fuck with people, I can at least do that, which is what I normally do. Nice. I mean, you know, hey, I mean, overall, people get what the temps are. I don't get bitched at it that much, but funny enough, honestly, I don't really do it that much anyway. Because, you know, honestly, a lot of times I do it, it's just kind of in the middle of doing other shit, so it's just kind of more on the fly. But if things are dead and, you know, like I haven't done it, but like maybe a PIC or something, it's like, hey, just want to remind you about your temp logs, blah, blah, blah. And then they kind of wander off and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You know, and I'm the one who's doing it, I'll do it. I'll just like temp some stuff really quick and be like, alright, all that's in Celsius, that's the average, and start rounding up the numbers and stuff. And just kind of go from there. Because frankly, like, I'm not the only one, but like, we never truly like, actually like do the temp logs properly. We just kind of like, we'll temp a couple things and just kind of go from there. Because honestly, everything, like, I mean, nothing ever changes when it comes to, like, how, you know, things, well, are when it comes to them being temped. So, did the shaking stop? The shaking? The shaking. Did it stop? No, it didn't. The torture will morale until the torture will continue until morale improves. That needs alcohol, baby. That's true. I've already had mine though, so I'm all out now. I suppose if I wait until 7 a.m. about, I think. Actually, what is... why do I keep clicking random shit on YouTube instead of, like, the buttons I want to click? I actually want to see... Like, I know it's 2 a.m. is the cutoff. When's it open back up? Is it, like, 7 a.m.? 5 a.m.? $2:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. So if I waited basically a little over an hour and a half, but at that point it's like I'm gonna probably want to go to bed. So yeah, okay. Boo. Oregon kind of sucks a little bit that way. I mean, it's nice that's like until 2:30 and 6, but like still, boo. Boo. 7 a.m. in Jersey, been staying and painting in a beach house, about making $300 and $400 a day. Life's good. Nice. Honestly, like I've been kind of thinking about like doing some painting and stuff a little bit because, like, I've noticed that like I mean, if you have like certain things like kind of around, you can actually make some really cool looking fucking paints really easily. Because there's this you know what? Let me try to find him. I think it's like Casey something. Oh, fucking Grinder. Get out of my way, Grinder. Go away. Casey... something. It's like Casey Van Arsdale. Yeah, Van Arsdale. Okay. Here we go. Here, let me just look up some random cool looking fucking... Oh, here's a really good one. Here. It's actually a pretty cool one that actually has like a little bit of a message with it too. But I really love this one a lot. Wait, what's... No, I don't want vibrate. Oh, I guess I'm not going to expect a fucking phone call or nothing, but whatever. Anyway. Here. Can we play?
Just 7 to 10, and 2 teachers were killed in another school shooting here in America. It's tragic and heartbreaking, and it happens all too often. But what do we do now? How do we fix this so it doesn't happen again? Some people say that the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And some people say that we need to take away all the guns from everyone in the country to make this a safe place to live. And although I do understand this argument, I really don't think we're looking at this the right way. I don't think we have a gun issue in America. I think we have a mental health issue. I think we have a quality of life issue. Happy people don't do things like that. We have an overabundance of stress, depression, anxiety, and poverty.
Sukov, shut up! Come on, bro.
And this is just one of the symptoms.
But overall, pretty cool little art piece, but also interesting little message about like the whole like gun shit too. Saying like mental health and also like poverty and socioeconomic conditions shit, which I think fundamentally are kind of really the true roots of a lot of this type of things. Talk about paint walls. I'm not silver painting for rich hipsters. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, doing a lot of that type of shit, is, even, like, in a lot of ways, sometimes, a little better, because, I mean, you're making sure that, like, people's houses are all, like, nice and accommodated, painted up, and actually look pretty decent. Like, that's a little bit more than just, like, the mere exploration of, the creative imagination and shit. But either way, I think both are definitely pretty beneficial and shit. I know this guy definitely has actually has pretty cool art and is actually pretty affordable. I follow him on Etsy, so I see his stuff when he puts it out. So he's not like, super spendy with his art and shit, so that's at least pretty cool. But I actually kind of want to do a commission of one of his type of paintings one day. It's an Airbnb company in painting it in all white for a photo shoot. Oh. At least, Either way, pretty simple, but nonetheless, make sure that, you know, some belly in the fucking, you know, or some food in the belly and all that shit. $100 a job ain't cutting it, baby. Yeah, I fucking feel like that. Because frankly, like, especially at least, you know, where I'm, you know, going at, even with the, you know, like, max wages shit, I don't even think necessarily that's fucking, like, well, I guess depending on what type of position you're in, but it doesn't necessarily make you $100 fucking day. Let's get holiday pay and shit like that. They get it. Oh, well, yeah, I definitely am. I was talking earlier about, like, you know, some of my potential ventures when it comes to trying to, like, not just, you know, stick in within the union, but also, you know, try to, like, you know, see about expanding that, you know, with maybe potentially other workplaces, you know, when I go into other areas and shit. You know, whether it's, like, you know, like Papa Murphy's or, like, Fred Meyer's and shit, which at least luckily for me, Fred Meyer's is also unionized with the same union that I'm in already, so if I were to go there, I wouldn't have to really change anything about my, like, membership with the union or anything like that. That would all still be in place. So it's just like, I mean, depending on what I do, like, you know, wouldn't be that big of a deal anyway. Because, you know, depending on what job I go in the future, whether non-union or not, I can still pay my dues and, you know, still be a member and shit. If anything, use that as an opportunity to potentially, you know, expand, you know, the unionized workplaces in the area overall. Because in general, the local area that I am, luckily, is pretty heavily pro-union, regardless of what politics people tend to lean on. So, I mean, at least around here, luckily, a lot of that pro-labor union type of mentality is kind of there already as it is. So if I were to try to push something like that, it probably wouldn't be too hard. It would just be making sure that the company doesn't get too much of a fucking ire of it and decide to be like, oh, we don't like you. and kick me out for some fucking reason and fire me before that shit gets into fruition. Because they do that. They will fucking do that. Once paint crew and then start ATM business, so if people start telling every repo business won't stop to make $10,000 a day in passive income. Yeah. I mean, if you set up a whole paint crew and shit, I definitely know that there's also, like, painters union stuff. Like, I know around here there's a local union dedicated for painters and shit called, like, the local painters Local 10, which I think is affiliated with the AFL and shit. So, like, doing something like that can also be, you know, very great benefit, you know, not just for yourself, but for the people working with you as well. So, I mean, all in all, like, I mean, those type of things, you know, definitely, you know, play a major benefit. I actually was kind of surprised to hear that my friend's workplace that's on union at a gas station that he works at and shit actually has benefits in healthcare and shit like that too. I'm like, wait, what? A gas station, you know, being a clerk there actually offers that shit? Like, what the fuck? It's like, wow. I mean, that's actually nice. I mean, it's like, I guess that's, you know, a way to keep employees there. I mean, because he doesn't exactly get paid well, but hey, he gets bennies out of it, so it's like, I mean, hey, that's nice at least. And fuck, I mean, honestly, that's the reason why so many people stay at the fucking slave wage jobs that they do, frankly, is because, like, you know, it's the bennies. Like, you know, a lot of companies will be like, oh, we have like $14.50 or like $15 an hour or shit like that, which at this point is fucking like really fucking barely anything. I mean, maybe like 4 years ago was a decent, nice little something, but nowadays it really ain't shit. But either way, like, they'll offer this type of shit and be like, oh, yes, you know, we also have very strong benefits, and blah, yes. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's like, maybe they do. But, I mean, when it comes to the more immediate, like, income, when it comes to, like, things like bills, groceries, rent, shit like that, it ends up being pretty shit. It's like, yeah, whenever you need, like, the healthcare benefits and shit like that, it's nice and handy, but, especially if you're a young person, realistically, you're probably not going to be using it as much. So it's like, I mean, what good is it really fucking doing you? It's not to say that the bennies aren't bad. Obviously, they're very great, and those need to be there just as a standard. But I mean, as a young person, the likelihood of using those probably isn't as much. So it's just like, and regardless if you're old or young, I mean, I mean, those, you know, fucking wages need to compensate for that shit, and have those bennies in place. Or if I don't want to by the time I'm 30, I'm 20. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm definitely in my current workplace. I ain't gonna stay there for long. I definitely will stick around for the union and shit, because, you know, I trust them. Like, and I know that, you know, they've fought with me, have been, you know, by my side with a lot of the shit that, you know, I've been going through and stuff. So I'll stick with them. But at least with this company, I mean, that shit's gonna be short-lived here pretty soon. At this point, I'm just kind of biding my time and kind of waiting for the jump. Like, whether it's, like, waiting for the fucking, you know, whatever back pay's left and shit, and make sure I get my journeyman's back pay and shit, on top of, like, you know, who's working in my department, because, like, I want to kind of organize, like, kind of a mass exodus. Like, because I know I'm not the only one that wants to fucking leave. So if that's the case, then I want to see who's willing to kind of, like, join me and go into another workplace and shit. Because if that's the case, then I know that the next place I work to, I'll have some people that I'm familiar with already as it is, because I've worked with them in the past, and know that I can trust those people as well to, you know, do their job, you know, on top of who is already there. And plus, whatever company or whatever, you know, job that is, will also get, like, potentially 2 to 3 extra people all of a sudden. So it's a win-win for everybody. So it's just like, I mean, that's kind of the idea, at least, because, I mean, that's kind of the whole, I mean, that's the whole fundamental aspect of, like, the, you know, workers' collective bargaining power. Even if you're not in a union, shit like that, you know, is a very major important thing. Because, like, if a company sees that, like, all of a sudden, like, 4 people in a department all of a sudden put their 2 weeks in because they got a better opportunity on their job, they're, you know, union or not, they're going to be like, how do we keep you? Because they don't want that shit closed off, because they want to keep their profits going. And if they have a whole department closed down because, you know, there's not enough people to keep it up, that's a lot of cut in the profit. They don't want that. So it's just like, you know, it's kind of like all of a sudden, like, uh-oh, what do we fucking do to make sure we keep these people, or else they're gone? And as they're already slowly hemorrhaging people off as they're trying to get people in, it's like, I mean, you're kind of SOL there, buddy. Good luck trying to replace us. Especially when people like me go away, because I'm, you know, at least at the store that I'm at, I'm one of the more reliable people there overall. You know, on top of at least, like, maybe a dozen other people, you know, that are in that store entirely. Like, in my department, I'm at least, like, you know, one of the 2 to 3 other people that are actually legitimately pretty reliable. You know, but outside of that, I mean, our department doesn't really have many reliable people, you know, and, you know, on top of that, like, I mean, every other department pretty much has the same shit. Like, bakery has pretty much, like, nothing but new people, so they don't exactly know everything that they need to do, because they're not exactly 100% trained yet. Outside of, like, you know, maybe 1 or 2 of them at this point. So it's like, they're all kind of, like, going by the wind of their fucking pants and shit. And, you know, like, I know the meat department basically only has, like, 2 or 3 fucking people, and that's it. And it's like, I don't even know how the fuck they're managing and shit. Like, pretty much everyone over there is working well over, you know, like, 10 fucking hours, give or take, and shit. It's like, I don't know how they're surviving, honestly. Like, the only, I think, departments that are actually alright are floral and produce. Like, floral basically just being, like, flowers and shit and all that stuff. And then, like, produce, well, being produce. It's like, those are the only 2 departments I think are at least, like, manageable and okay from what it, you know, looks like in our store. Everything else is just SOL. I mean, it's only a matter of time, honestly. And whether it's the rumor of, like, oh, the store might close down due to, like, high theft shit, whether that's the case or not, like, it is going to be an eventuality that that store might close down, honestly. And I think it's just because that they just don't want to fucking, you know, put in the extra effort to make sure that, you know, the workers are compensated fairly on top of, you know, what the contract is for the union and shit. And just, you know, would rather, you know, try to maximize their cut, you know, and their bonuses and shit. And, you know, just, like, basically make sure that everyone that is there gets overworked and shit. It's like, I mean, I mean, there's also this whole thing that we initially had for our department and also other departments where it's like there's a 24-hour advance for a specific type of orders and shit. Like, for example, like if someone ordered a 50-piece fried chicken, you know, it's like you would have to do that 24 hours in advance. But if you did like a 24-piece or something, like we can do that the same day. You know, shit like that. You know, or if you want a catering order, that would have to be 24 hours in advance, you know, and that type of shit. At this point, like, our store manager is like, no, you can't do that. You have to basically do the orders, you know, like when they get ordered and basically try to, like, do them when they, you know, need it done. So if they want it the same day, you gotta do it the fucking same day. If they want it tomorrow, we gotta make sure that, you know, it's somehow done by, you know, between then and when they want it done. And or when it picked up or some shit. Just shit like that. And it's like, what? It's like we're already understaffed as it is. Like we're already, you know, having to try to like struggle, make sure that we keep shit stocked because we don't have like enough stuff coming in as it is. And honestly, at this point, like our warehouses are getting so much shit of other stuff that we're getting firmed. If for those who don't know, like firmed is basically like there's like backlog and extra shit at a warehouse. So without us ordering it, they'll send us that type of stuff anyway. This is essentially what firmed means. So it's like we'll get firmed all this other shit that really we already have plenty of. And it's just like, I mean, it's like we're already got all this other shit and we, you know, already try to struggle to manage this shit as it is. And you want us to just like do this on top of that? Like, fuck yourself. Like, what are you, like, what? Are you insane? And then, like, oh my God. I was mentioning, I think the other night, a couple times about how like on Friday like I got called out because I had the audacity to make the call to close early because it was just me and a new guy that we got like just last week, about a little over a week ago, you know, closing after our mid left at fucking 5. And it's like, oh, well, fucking forgive me because we were kind of slammed a little bit and I had to help him up front because I don't want to leave him by himself while I'm trying to fucking cook a bunch of shit. I can't go back and forth like they were trying to imply that I could. It's like, go fuck yourself. Like, no, I can't. I can't do that shit. Like, it's literally, like, physically, like, not possible. It's like, yeah, let me just, like, you know, start frying some chicken up or some shit to make sure that we have that going while while our new guy, like, our new boy slammed and shit and trying to fucking go up there in between handling raw fucking food and helping people. Yeah, let me go do that. Like, I mean, it's like, what? I have to prioritize some shit here. So, no, you know, it's like I'm going to make the fucking call and say that, you know, we'll just help people up until we just got nothing left, you know, and, you know, we'll just have to call it then. You know, because what the fuck else can we do, you know, at that point, if it's just me and the new dude. And the new guy don't really know everything quite yet. He's handling everything fairly well so far, but, you know, he doesn't know everything yet. He's still getting the works in, you know. He doesn't know, like, you know, everything that he's doing quite yet. He needs to have that other person up front to make sure he's there at all times, you know, when, you know, especially when shit gets slammed. Hence why I made the call on that, you know, that fucking Friday. But they don't give a fuck. Frankly, they don't want to hear it. They just want to know why I couldn't cook more, you know, while it was just us two. It's like, I don't know, because I literally couldn't. Like, it was, I could go on forever about that shit, like, frankly. Some customers talk to you like they want to get their ass, oh my God, dude. Because honestly, that same fucking day, we got, and the reason why I was talked to about is because we got a major fucking complaint by a customer because apparently, like, the sale price for the APs didn't go down for his little, like, you know, for his order and shit. And, like, honestly, understanding what was going on, you know, for me, I could have easily dealt with that, but I was already in the middle of helping somebody, so I didn't, you know, have an opportunity to, you know, be like, you know, investigate what was going on. Be like, hey, what's going on over there, you know, at the register, and be like, you know, is there something up? Because I'm already helping somebody, and that was, like, way across the other department, but I could kind of tell something was up over there. And there wasn't any, like, bombastic shit. Like, I mean, it looked like the dude walked off, didn't want his stuff, and I'm like, okay, you know, you know, at least me initially wasn't thinking anything of it. And then I saw his stuff that he didn't take, you know, on the counter, and I asked about it once we were cleared with an initial rush, and they said, yeah, a guy, you know, wanted a, you know, an 8-piece, you know, dark or whatever the fuck that was on sale. And it didn't come down on the register and shit, and, you know, he was getting upset and just, you know, couldn't really do much about it. And I'm just like, oh, well, I mean, I probably could have, maybe see if I could have done something there, but, oh, well, I mean, I guess, it happens. I mean, what can you do? And, that's just kind of what we thought, and we moved on with it. But the next fucking day, oh, no. All of a sudden, anyone who, I mean, it was just me and the new guy who was the next day working that was there from the previous day on Friday, on Saturday and shit. So they came up, so our second store director and our fucking manager came up to us and asked, hey, what was going on? What happened? And I explained, I don't know much. I saw the items that were, not sold, on the counter, and asked about it. And our new guy said, yeah, he didn't want any after trying to, sell to him and stuff because it didn't go down on sale. And I said, hey, I'm sorry, I'm new. I don't really, I don't have much knowledge of, how to absolve this, and we're kind of busy, so blah, blah, blah. Our new guy was, he wasn't really being a dick or being an asshole or nothing. He was, if anything, actually handling it fairly well. But, see, obviously, Mr. Karen, did not want to fucking, hear any of it, and decided to go complain about that, to the higher corporate chain of command and shit, hence the whole fucking hoopla about it. And that's honestly fundamentally why I think, I was fucking chewed out that day for making the call to close early like I did. Because they're like, we got to complain and blah, blah, blah. So we just don't understand why you couldn't do that. It's I mean, it's like, oh, what? Because someone decided to bitch and moan? Sometimes the customer ain't always right. It's usually like nothing. You're taking someone's order while cooking two people who hop up and they almost bust your ass on a grease spot. Yeah. I mean, working there for nearly 7 years of shit, it's I know how the fucking routine is. I know how shit is. And frankly, I mean, for the longest time, we would always have, two people, by themselves, essentially, outside of the China chefs, which is usually just one of them, after about 5 o'clock usually. And by that point, you're just kind of hey, if you haven't done lunches yet, just figure it out. It's hope it ain't busy if you take it, and shit like that. And it was for as long as I was working there, it's always the case. But all of a sudden though, shit like that isn't necessarily a positive, even though that's basically what the norm was for fucking forever. Some people are just looking to take their frustration on someone below them that is not about the food. Exactly. I mean, it really never was. Because frankly, the time that we were serving this dude that I'm mentioning, we weren't, our fryers weren't closed yet, and we were actually, still finishing up, cooking some other stuff up before we totally closed them down. And it was about 4 o'clock. At that point, we still had our third person and, and all this other shit. So we still had everything open. We, so the dude basically heard, oh, closing early, kitchen closing down early, and thought, oh, it's closed now. Thus, oh, I can't get what I want, I'm gonna bitch. It's just no, you heard buzzwords that you wanted to hear and wanted to fucking go from there. Putting the cart before the horse. So, fuck you. It's what the fuck? I mean, they're not the only, I mean, that guy isn't the only person that's done that, but he's the most recent son of a bitch that's been just a hyper fucking Karen motherfucker about shit like this. Because honestly, at least at my store, getting a Karen or just a straight up asshole is honestly not that common. It's actually pretty rare. But, I mean, it's not like you won't get, someone who's kind of douchey or kind of, condescending and shit. You will get those type of people, but not, full-on Karen mode, you know what I mean? What was it? The guy I'm talking about? Well, I mean, the first thing I'm talking about wasn't. Honestly, there were Karen. I mean, I've had customers and Karens in the past and shit that have been like that. But the current one I'm talking about, he wasn't. He was just literally being a bitch because things weren't on sale the way it was and we were closing early because of staffing issues. But, I mean, I have had Karens before that were kind of racial and shit. I remember this one dude that we had as a coworker that actually was like kind of racially discriminated against, even though he's not like, I mean, he's actually white, but because he has dreads and doesn't like look totally white, and I mean, to a degree, I mean, you know, if you took guesstimation, you would think either like biracial or white, one of the two. But like there was some dude who was being an asshole. This, I don't remember all the details. This was like a couple years back, but he was basically being a racist and shit. Now I remember at least this one detail was calling him a monkey. Like, and that was at least one detail that I remember out of the whole thing. And you know, the guy I was talking about, my coworker, basically literally went the fuck off on him. And I was there that day, and I remember overlooking, you know, seeing him being like, you know, how dare you get out of here, you know, like you're not welcome here if you're going to be like that. Like, you know, like respectfully in a sense of being an employee, but going the fuck off, you know, basically. And it was just like, I didn't quite understand what was going on initially. I was like, what's going on? Oh shit. But once like kind of the rush passed a little bit, and in fact the other customers were kind of, you know, telling me to get out too. Now, and once it all kind of finished up and shit, I was like, and I went over there while there's a few other customers and they were all helping them. And all that shit. I was like, what happened? And it was just like, oh, there was a guy being hella racist, and you know, it was calling like one of the other customers, you know, racial slurs and shit, and then called me a monkey and stuff. So just being a racist asshole, and you know, basically everybody, you know, everyone just gang banged him on to leave, essentially. And I was like, and I was like thinking, damn, nice. I was just like, based. All right. I mean, sweet. So, like, I mean, either way, I thought that was actually pretty funny. Like, honestly, at the end of the day. And, but either way, it's just like, I mean, at least for racial Karens, that's at least the most memorable one. But, I mean, every now and then there's been, like, the, you know, like, I guess typical, like, you know, like, soft racist shit. But at least for the most memorable one, which, at least for me, was the most funniest one tangentially, was the one dude who basically was just like, you know, like ganged up on, you know, by a bunch of people that were like, fuck your racist shit, and just like was just it just left. It was pretty great. Full white passing with black and Ave. I mean, a person fucked up shit in Jersey. Oh, I mean, I don't know too much about Jersey with that shit, but I can imagine that it's probably not exactly great. There's a lot of, honestly, some fucked up shit about Portland too, up here as well. I mean, luckily not so much anymore, but it's got its fucking history. Like, I mean, Oregon itself really has a pretty shitty history about that shit. I mean, straight up, like, I mean, some of the first settlers were literally coming up here because they're like, I don't like blacks, you know, so much that I literally want to settle far the fuck away from them. I don't even want them slaves there, brother. It's just like, wow. So racist, you don't even want to, like, have them as slaves. You just literally want to, like, be as far away from them as possible. Wow. Okay. And then just also of like Portland and a lot of its history of segregation and redlining and shit. It's only like recently where a lot of that's starting to take a change, but I mean, even then, there's still a long way to go. I must be around the corner. Little puppo. I mean, frankly, this entire fucking country's got a long way to go. Honestly, way longer than I thought. If you told me 4 years ago, like, how long do you think this country's got until things get better? I would have been like, I don't know, like 40 years or something. Now, like, more like 60 or like 80 at this rate. It's like, oh my god. Man, it's gonna take a while to really overhaul the shit around nationally here. It's gonna take quite a while. Town by Me group had their last public cross-burning of the year I was born, 96. I was talking to... Oh my god. That fucking Jersey, man. Oh. I was talking to a girlfriend in town. I was fucking about my Democratic Socialist views, and mid-sentence she blurted. Oh my god. Ugh. Man, it makes me wonder, when the last cross burning was in Oregon, because I know for a fact that shit was probably happening around here. Because I think, to this day, I think there's, still a KKK chapter in Medford, which is in Southern Oregon. And, if they still are a thing, I imagine they're more or less, kind of like a brand at this rate that's just kind of, bolstering other white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys and shit like that might be in those areas at this rate. Because at this point, the KKK is more or less just a brand that just kind of grifts off of the white supremacy shit more so than what they used to be. Which I guess is kind of good. But, I mean, it's not really because, a lot of their shit has basically been passed down to these other groups, like the Free Percenters, Proud Boys, Patriot Prayer, etc., and so on. So, it's not, that good, but, I mean, still, at least, it's, they're not that fucking influential anymore. At least, specifically as a group. They're really more like a Moose Lodge now, to each their own. Yeah, essentially. Because from what I understand, a lot of different chapters also kind of have, different weird little flavors about it. Because I know in, I think it's in Arkansas, in Zinc, there's, a little chapter of different Klansmen, white supremacy types, and those guys are all about, look, if anything, I kind of feel plight for the black person and stuff, but they just need, the white saviors, basically. They're more of the weird white savior type nationalist motherfuckers and shit more than anything. It's it's all still the same racist shit, but they just have a weird, they just have their outlook of being more they're the saviors, so to speak, more so than these all are just, nothing but degenerates and they ought to be, blah, whatever the fuck. So it's it's in a way, it's at least not out to try to literally destroy, or kill every fucking black person out there, I guess, but, they still have, their fucking racial ulterior motive behind it all, still. Because, they see themselves as, the fucking superior savior and shit, so, it's all the same complex, regardless. Describe yourself as a democratic socialist? I guess, in a way. More of, a anarcho-syndicalist type. But, it's I don't have, a very specific label, union leftist, anarcho-syndicalist, democratic socialist, just straight-up socialist. I'd say all of those, describe me in some way, shape, or form. Libertarian leftist, all those labels, at least, I think, ascribe to me to some degree. Democratic socialism, syndicalism, libertarian leftism, and, union leftism, I think, are definitely the ones that attribute to me the most, so. I'd say, at least, for the most part, yeah. Music off. Alright, buddy. What are you doing sleeping way over there? Really? Jerk. When you literally don't need to breathe. Ooh. Ooh, trumpet player. Ooh. Damn, dude, he's got a fine looking fucking trumpet. Shit, I'm kind of jealous. Who is this guy? Yeah, I am most certainly interested. Original video. Ooh, performed by Trombone Shorty. Trombone Shorty. Hey. This guy's fucking like fit. Oh, we literally don't need to breathe. Oh my god. Oh, I know what he's doing. Oh, it's a fucking technique that even I can't even get. Definitely not now. He's like, how do you even describe it? It's like you're blowing, but also inhaling at the same time. It's hard to describe. Don't stop, and don't stop. Giggity. Giggity. He's not even skipping a beat. Oh my god. He's not. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Not even like a stumble or nothing. Oh, it's about to pop. It's about to pop here at the end. Oh god, okay, alright, I gotta listen to that song. Alright, I see the original. Alright, oh my god. Oh, oh. God, I love jazz, dude. This type of shit, man. I love it. That's a funky beat.
She was dressed up on a long white table. So sweet, so cool, so fair. Let her go, let her go. God bless her.
That drummer's grooving, dude.
Wherever she may be, she can search the whole wide world all over. But she'll never find a hot trombone player like me. Hotty, 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 ho. Hotty, 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 ho. Hee, 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 hee. So sweet, so cool, so fair. Hey, when I die, dressed in a box back coat with a stretching at. I would have $50 gold piece on my watch chain. With a PlayStation 3, a PSP, and a Boost Mobile.
That is a fucking huge bass. Oh, it's a 5-string. Oh. You know bass ain't fucking around when it got a 5-string. Oh man, that is a fucking nice fucking trumpet. I wonder what type of model it is, honestly. It's so space age like. I think this is where the solo came in. Boom. Yep, it is. You deathcore fan? I like deathcore. I mean, I'm a music generalist. I like all sorts of music. Gent. Yeah, I can dig gent. Man, there's so much technique going into this. This is what I'm so impressed with. I don't. Again, I can't even explain it, but he's like inhaling while breathing while blowing at the same time. Again, giggity. Pause. But like, you can kind of see it a little bit. Like, I mean, when he's doing that, like, I mean, at the very edges of his lips, he's, you know, having little holes to where air goes in, and he just fills his cheeks, and then like that. And then use that to kind of put air in there, and thus, you know, continue putting air through to consistently just keep. Oh my God, it's very hard to do. Like, you know, like very professional players are capable of it, but not. I mean, it's hard to do it for a lot of people. That's saying, yeah. It just keeps going. It's very hard to do. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh my God, it gets funkier.
Man, hit me on the one. Now I know we got way more people out here than that. I need to hear everybody. Sarah Known Canada, I need to hear everybody before we get out of here. Howdy, 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 howdy.
Crowd getting into it. It better be.
So sweet, so cool, so fair. We'll see you tomorrow. My name is Trombone Shorty, all the way from New Orleans.
Hey, Louisiana man.
We want to thank you. We love you. We'll see you.
He pretty much was like born into music. If he came out of New Orleans. My old boss was an electrician and a beekeeper on the side. He used to get into arguments with neighbors over the bees. That he still reminded me of that. I mean, that's what I love about like funky jazz fusion like this and shit. Like, I mean, just jazz in general, because like so much of the music really is honestly like a conversation. Oh. I thought that was it. It wasn't. God, it's still going. Oh my God! God, this is so good. It's still going. This guy is pumping up for one more. Ah! Oh my God, that is hard. Oh my God, that is insane. Oh, holy fuck.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow, Trombone Shorty.
Oh my God. I mean, oh man, that ending. Holy shit. Oh. I mean, especially as a Trump player, oh my God, dude, the mass, like, skill, especially of those last little bit, and oh, God, oh my God, I love that performance. Holy shit. Oh, that absolutely deserves a like. Oh my God. Oh, I love that performance. Holy shit. Oh, I kind of want to hear that again. Oh my goodness, that was so good. You could jump in the pool in January in Louisiana. Oh, that's what I did. I remember back in like, I was like a fucking wee little kid. Probably, I think it was actually 2006, probably. But yeah, I remember going to Florida and Orlando at the time and was doing that shit. I think back in like December, if I remember. I think it was like a Christmas trip. Oh my God! Oh God, that fucking! Oh God, that performance! Oh, that's why I just love, like, I mean that's why I'm just such a stickler for music, especially for like different like for jazz and shit specifically like that. Oh, God, I'm a sucker for it. I definitely get like heavily moved by, jazz and shit. I mean, I think that just kind of shows it. Because, too good. Zukov, what are you doing over there? Zukov, what you doing? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I feel like I don't approve of what you're doing over there. Zukov. I have a strong feeling I don't approve. Come here. I might give you a treat if you do. Zukov. Come here. I said I might. So now you come here. Come here. Come on. Come here, boy. Like, I guess I'll come over here. Okay. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here. Oh my God. Boot up by featuring who? Chris Martin? Or Moten? Went to Orlando? Hey. Alright. Oh, this is it? Cassius J boot up featuring Gus Mox Moten. Whoa. Turn that down a bit. Come here. You have to come here for this. Come on. Come here. Come on. Yeah. Goofy boy. Interesting little song. It's kind of like a little mixture of like trap and jazz fusion. Blah. Goofball. There, goofy thing. What are you doing? What are you doing, Goofy? Ah! What are you doing? Your Fruit Loop. Oh. Ah. Your fruit? What? No, I was saying it's actually kind of an interesting song, honestly. Mixture of like jazz fusion and like kind of like hip hop trap. It's definitely like a very interesting use of the fusion. I definitely like that. Bite. What position is this? What are you doing? What is this? What is going on here? They're peaches. No one needs to see those. You goof. What are you doing? I don't. What is this? Ah! Goofball. You're ridiculous. I guess this works. Meh. Meh. There we go. Flipping at it. There we go. I got you. I got you, boy. I got you, boy. You goofy baby boy. You're just a goofy baby boy. You big old rotund ball. You big rotund ball, you. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Can't do shit with right here, huh, now, boy? Alright, got you in my clutch. Seriously? It's like, oh, you're gonna do this? Well, peaches will be free. Freeze peaches. Stop with your peaches, man. Like, I literally have to use your tail censorship. I have to censor your freeze peaches, man. No one needs to see that. No one needs to see the freeze peaches. Okay. Okay, there you go. Plop. Oh my. Oh, sweet. You're lucky an empty can fell, bro. You're so lucky that's all that fell. Oh my god. Oh man, my heart rate just like bumped up so quickly because of your floppy chungus ass. Just gonna move this all closer to my vicinity and make sure it's more secure. You chungus fuck, man. Bro. You know how quickly I was about to be just like fucking mad at you for being a klutz? And I thought I was. But no, you're the one doing that. Prick. Don't give me that look. What type of look is this? Oh, I can't deny that look of cuteness and sweetness. I would give you more hugs, but I already gave you a bunch of hugs. You've already had your share of hugs. Yeah, here. Give that song a like. Can see what other type of. Man, this person doesn't have that many subscribers? What? Only 340? Oh, it hasn't really produced anything in a couple years. Oh, there's only 3 uploads. Damn. I figured if a pretty deep little, or not deep, a pretty cool little beat, I think there would be a, there could at least be a little more. Just a little bit more. And I should have a pretty decent amount of like views on the songs that are on here. Huh. One of those like literal one-hit wonders, I guess. But oh my fucking god, it's already like 5:10 a.m. Jesus Christ. Luckily it's a day off tomorrow, so I don't gotta fucking get up early for shit. So, oh my god. Sweet baby rays. But, you know, I think it would be a good time to get this last bowl smoked up. Give myself a little food and sleep off tonight and all that fun shit. Fun little last little 30 minutes overall, especially with different music shit, especially with that like jazz fusion with Trombone Shorty. It's like honestly, especially when it comes to like jazz music lately, that's probably like the best piece I think I've heard so far in a while. It's like at least that very specific performance. So it's like, I want some more of that. I was kind of wishing, what was the guy's name again? Cassius J. I also have a song boot up. I kind of wish they had more. It's actually a pretty cool little song with the like trap and jazz fusion mixture. I was like, oh, all right. Not one you hear often. Happens every now and then, but not too often. Especially not often done well. I thought that song was pretty well done. So, kind of shocked there ain't more. What a little goof. All sprawled out. Finish up the last little bit of this bowl. And call it good for a lovely little evening. Nice. Anyway, I'll probably be back around sometime tomorrow. Don't know when. Just know at some point. So, till then, peace out. And of course, I should be back around for that next one. So, Tulu and Ricklepick